If you are watching this on YouTube, you missed it. You can follow the link down in the description down below to my Twitch channel. Hit the follow. You won't miss another one of these draft streams. A couple of quick commands for those of you watching this on Twitch. !PCF, if it works, maybe. Unless Nightbot decided to take a dump on me again. Looks like Nightbot took a dump on me. So, unfortunately, !PCF won't direct you to the PCF server because Nightbot isn't here, I guess. I don't know what happened. So, obviously, all my commands aren't going to work. !Discord can't link you to mine. !PCF isn't working. Damien, I did activate him. He's just not working for some reason. So, we'll figure it out. I'll get it fixed for later, but whatever. So, as you guys can see on the screen here, we do have the draft order here. We start off with Clem and the White Forest Weedles. We have Acorn and his Boise Blazekins, Shy Guy and his San Diego Feels, Beardy and the Boston Red Sox, Inke and the OKC Thunderous, Aquatic and the Lavender Town Lunatones, Spies picking 7th with the Seattle Primarinas, High Jump Sean with the Long Beach Ninkados, Connor with the Murray State Zebstrikas, who doesn't have a logo, so you guys can look at a Zebstrika all the time. Shadow, the Commissioner, Green Lake Gliscors, picking at 10th. Saint and his Iowa State Cyclohomes, representing my college. We have you, Jacob, and the Boston Celestelas at pick 12. Fancify and his South Carolina Slow Kings, Zaverb and his Go-Goats, Rye and his Washington Braveries, and finally Fox with his Zoronoa Zoroarks. I think I pronounced that right, but I'm going to say Zoroarks for the rest of the way. But yeah, so there's going to be your draft boarded. So snake style draft front to back. So Clem will pick first, and then he won't pick again until 20th. Whereas Fox picks 10th and then picks 11th. You know, standard type of thing. I do have a little surprise. So if somebody... somebody happened to get sniped, please let me know in the chat that you were sniped. I have a little surprise for you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start kicking this thing off with the first overall pick. Clem taking... And I know I got to move my camera. I'm fixing that right now. Clem taking Kiram Black. Now, Kiram Black is an absolute monster. Where's my camera? Lock it down. There we go. 170 physical attack is just nightmarish. 120 special attack. That Tetravolt ability to... Oh my god, my dogs are barking. They're stupid. That Tetravolt ability to... oh, I'm gonna go kick some dogs' butts.
Alright, I can take it.
Yeah, you got this. I'll be right back.
Kiram Black is an absolute beast. I wanted it. I was definitely looking at Kiram Black and my pick. It was never getting to the 12th overall selection, but it hits so hard. It's one of the best wall breakers in the game. As stupid, ridiculously powerful stab. It's got incredible coverage. Love Kiram Black. I definitely can understand what Clem was going with the first overall pick. Would it have been me taking it first overall? Probably not, but I definitely see where Clem's coming from. You can build a team very easily around Kiram Black and just wreck people.
Yeah.
As we now wait on...
I'm here. I just went...
You're back?
Yeah, I just went and kicked the dogs' butts. They're fine. They're barking at the wind because... You know, the one's blind and can't see anything. But anyways, that doesn't matter.
Sounds like a very...
So our second overall pick here...
It sounds like a very dog thing to do.
Yeah, second overall pick here for Acorn. Come on, slides, focus. Taking Celesteela. Okay, I've seen what this thing can do. This thing is a nightmare on its own. I've been 6-0'd by an Autotomized Celesteela with the fact that I had Zeraora on my team. Like, this thing's just a nightmare. It's defensive, it can run offensive, it can just be the backbone to an incredibly stally team. I don't, it's a great Mon.
Yeah, I love Celesteela. I've used it a couple times very recently, and it is so good. If you, there's really no role you can have it fill. Oh, I really wish it got Defog or Stealth Rock or Roost, but outside of that, I mean, Leech Seed, it gets offensive setup, it can stall. There are so many ways you can use Celesteela, and it just, sit in front of you and you're being stalled to death, or it's set up sweeping you in front of you. It's also a really cool Z Captain. I think it's got really insane coverage, grass coverage, fire coverage, ground and rock coverage. It has so many different things it can do, and Celesteela is second overall. Definitely, I think, worth the pick.
Yep. Hopefully Gen 8 we can get some defog or something. Add some moves to this thing. I don't know. Third overall pick.
This thing probably needs more moves.
Yeah. Third overall pick for Shy here. Mega Lopunny. I know Shadow's going to go nuts for this because he just loves this thing to death. It's a really good Mega. I've used it in the past. Fake out priority with Scrappy so Ghost can't switch in is great. Super, super fast. I think it tops out at like 405 speed, max speed Jolly. So there's not a lot that can outspeed it. It just hits like a truck. You get it behind a sub. There's the power-up punch last resort set. Like, Mega Lopunny can just get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yeah, I love Mega Lopunny. I haven't had as much of a chance to use it. The one time I did draft it, it was on a really notoriously terrible team for me. But I don't think that was because of Mega Lopunny. I think it was more the mons I drafted around it. This thing's so good. Unresisted stabs, if you include Scrappy. Nothing can resist both fighting and normal. Ice Punch is also solid coverage. Baton Pass is legal in this league. You just can't pass speed, so you could have some Baton Pass shenanigans with this. Mega Lopunny is definitely a threat, and I'm not sure is it worth the third overall pick. That may be a little questionable, but it's definitely a threat. So
I definitely think
you got to be worried about Mega Lopunny.
This might have been a reach, but with Shy not getting another pick for a while, it could very well be he missed it. So I guess it makes sense to me a little bit. So moving on to the fourth overall pick, we have Mega Latios for Beardy. This thing I have not seen a lot of. The only times I've ever seen Mega Latios, it's been paired with Magearna, which has been a nightmare. But I know it's defensive. I know it can set up on you with Calm Mind Stored power sets. It can roost up. It can do a lot of things, but I honestly haven't seen it outside of being paired with Magearna. So I'm kind of going to turn this one to you on this.
First off, I'm not sure this thing should be allowed. Mega Latios is most of the time banned from leagues, and that's just because it is so bulky and still hits so hard. It's got reliable recovery. It's got the setup options and Calm Mind. It's got really interesting tech options like Reflect Type. I believe it gets Healing Wish as well. It's a semi-reliable defogger. It gets recovery. It's got a big old move pool. Mega Latios, fourth overall, great pick. Definitely, it's probably the best Mega allowed in this league. I don't think you could have gone wrong taking Mega Latios, fourth overall.
No, definitely not. It's one of those that's always questionable whether or not it can be a Uber or like highest tier possible. So the mon that I think should have gone first overall is actually fifth overall here, and that's Tapu Koko to Inkay and the Thundurus. Tapu Koko is obviously a very fast electric type, sets that terrain to get the boost. It can run physical with Brave Bird and Wild Charge, special with Dazzling Gleam and T-Bolt and Volt Switch and Hidden Powers and all that. It's stupidly fast. It can be fat if you decide to make it fat. It just has good coverage, a great way to start pivoting. You can build so much around it. Get a Hawlucha, you got the standard Koko Lucha. I don't know what's this, 130 speed, so it's as fast as Jolteon. 115 attack, 95 special attack. I mean, it's just a great pivot. There's not really much else to say. You can Z-captain it up. It can defog if need be. It can U-turn if your opponent's got a Volt Absorber. Like, it just does so much in so many different roles that you can't go wrong with it. It is basically the ultimate utility mon in my mind.
Yeah, I think Tapu Koko is probably the best mon in format. You mentioned all the other stuff. It also gets reliable recovery and roost, so it's hard to kill. Gets Grass Knot for all those bulky ground types. Tapu Koko is just so good, and I imagine it's probably going to be a Z captain, and it's even better with Z moves.
Oh, it
I love
has
this
to
thing.
be a Z captain.
Yeah, if I had the first overall pick, this was going to be my pick. Like, I always make draft... Whenever I make my draft plans, I have a draft plan specifically if I get lucky enough to get Tapu Koko. And this thing is just an absolute beast. How this fell to 5th overall pick still kind of blows my mind, but... Of the draft to 5th overall top...
Yeah, I really wish I had had a chance to get at this, but I never do. Because it's always gone first overall pick, and I'm never first overall pick. So coming up next, we have Aquatic here at 6, taking Zygarde. Zygarde can either be a one-trick pony, or it can do so many different things that it's not even funny. That ability to hit flying types and levitate users with 1,000 Arrows means nothing is safe from this thing. Just Choice Banded 1,000 Arrows goes to town, sub D-Dance 1,000 Arrows. Dragon move, like, Zygarde is just one of those monsters, and it's obviously a monster because they kicked it up to Ubers now on Showdown for some reason, like, even with Aura Break. It's just a monster to me.
Yeah, I love Zygarde. 1,000 Arrows is probably the single most spammable move in the game. It just... Nothing wants to come in on a Zygarde 1,000 Arrows. It does have a few sets that it can run. Obviously, Sub Dragon Dance, Sub Coil. I think Coil with this thing is really good. It gets priority in E-Speed. That's really valuable. I think that sets it apart a little bit from some of the other Dragon types. Plus, you know, the power... I mean, Outrage is really powerful. It gets Iron Tail to hit fairies. It's just... Zygarde is such a scary mon, but it has to have, like, the perfect time to set up, where otherwise there are some walls that can just sit in front of it. Like, I've walled this thing before with a Tangela.
Yeah, I was going to say Tangela, Tangrowth are both fat enough to do that.
Yeah, even, like, Skarmory. I've like, forced the thing to lock itself into Outrage and then just kind of gone in with this power, with a really defensive Steel type, and then just let it kill itself. So Zygarde has to have the right opportunity to set itself to win. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. But I mean, 1,000 Arrows spam is always going to be valuable. So I definitely understand where Aquatic was coming with Zygarde.
Yeah. Mew going to the Primarinas. I don't really know what to make of Mew, because some drafts you see Mew go round 1. I've been in drafts where Mew goes undrafted. I've been in drafts where Mew didn't go till round 12. Like, I know it's super versatile. It can do so many different things because it learns almost every single move. It can be defensive. It can be setup. It can be baton pass, whatever it needs to. It really is one of the ultimate jackknife or utility knife mons, but I don't know what to make of it. Without Munium Z, it almost doesn't seem like a first-round pick to me, but at the same time, like, it's just that good anyways.
I love Mew. Mew was the centerpiece of my Season 1 team. That was a playoff team. This thing is incredible. Even, like, it didn't do that much on the stat sheet, but its presence means things are going to be very difficult for your opponent, because you have to, like, oh, is this going to be a Double Dance Mew? Is this going to be Stall Breaker Mew? Is this going to be, like, a Pivotty Mew? You know, Mew can do so many different things, and it does a lot of things really well. Yeah, not having Munium Z It kind of sucks, but I don't mind Mew as a first-round pick. I think it's one of the best mons in the format, just on versatility and utility alone. So I get the pick with Spies, and I've seen Spies use Mew well, so I think that was part of going into this pick as well. Spies used it in his March Madness run, and he used it really effectively. He used it as more of a defensive build most of the time, but it worked out really nicely for him. So I think Spies going with what he's comfortable with, and he's very comfortable with Mew.
Yeah, I just got pinged from board. Am I still streaming? Like, do you still see me streaming, Jacob? Because for board, he says I'm offline.
Your stream says you're live. It
Okay.
just says there was a network error.
Try refreshing. See if I come back.
Okay.
Because that might be my end then, if it's dead.
It says you're offline.
All right, hang on. Let me. Let me see if it'll connect here. Shows that I'm streaming right now. Does it show that I'm streaming for... I can't check because otherwise I'll crash my system.
Yeah, it just says you went back live.
Oh,
It's running the ad right now. So.
Oh, I love my internet so much. I'm sorry about this, guys. Am I back? Can people see me? Hello? Hi.
I can see you.
Okay, so you can see me. Now the question is...
You're still offline for me. I think that's a hashtag blame Shadow.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this. Let's
Oh, I hear it. Oh, wait.
I gotta know if I come back or not, because I gotta switch. I gotta switch internet
okay.
if I don't come back.
Shadow says we're back online. Shadow says we're back online.
Okay, we are back online. We're good to go. I don't have Twitch chat.
Yep, we're back.
Okay, all right,
yep,
cool. We're good. We're good.
They're saying in Discord.
Okay, cool. We're good. All right, so somebody, if that happens again, somebody in chat just, like the Twitch chat, ping me really hard until I see it, because otherwise I won't know. I'm bouncing around between like 4 different pages on one screen because the other screen has to stay up on this. I need my third monitor so bad right now. But regardless, somebody ping me if I drop again. That way I can monitor this. I must have bumped the stream button on my Discord, or on my stream deck on accident. Anyways, so we did Mew. Sorry about that for everybody that missed whatever went off. Go check out on the YouTube channel. It'll be up later today. For sure. If Nightbot's not even gonna work now. Okay. He was working, but whatever. So, moving on. Shadow. Where do you think we were at, Shadow?
Oh, Shadow.
Shadow.
You disappoint me, Shadow.
Whatever. Okay. Left off. Really? I stopped streaming after Kyurem Black?
I left off after Kira Black. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is bad.
Oh, god damn it. I don't have time to restream the first half of this draft again. Oh god. So, we're gonna quick fly through this. This is going up on YouTube. I promise all of you that this is going up on YouTube. All the draft streams go up on YouTube as soon as I'm done, because I'm currently recording. That's probably what happened. I hit the record button, and instead I hit the stream button and shut the stream off. I don't know, but this is going back up on YouTube. We're going to quick fire. Okay, we had Celesteela number 2. We had Megalopunny number 3, which we both agree might have been kind of a reach. We have Megalodios number 4, which questionable whether or not it should even be in here or not. Tapu Koko number 5. Steel at number 5, probably should have been number 1. Zygarde at number 6. Great Mon, multiple sets, yada yada yada. Mew at number 7, does so much stuff. Okay, we're reset. We're back to where we were at. I promise I'll have this figured out for Moltres. I won't be clicking extra buttons over here on accident again. So, regardless, 8th overall pick. We have Mega Gallade to High Jump Sean and the Long Beach Ninkatas. I don't want to see this Mon ever again. The last time I saw this Mon, Shadow had control of it over in the My League, the WWC. This thing went 20-0. It didn't die. It killed everything in sight. Like, it's a monster. I don't want to see this thing. It's... Oh, it bothers me. It's... Swords... Its biggest concern is its speed, and it's very easy to fix that if you just Swords Dance a couple times and then Shadow Sneak everything to death. Like, I don't like this Mon. I'm sure you love it, though.
I have never used Mega Gallade. I've wanted to use it for a while. You want to talk about a Mon who one generation can make a world of difference. This thing was okay in Gen 6, but that auto speed boost it gets for Gen 7 when it Mega Evolves completely changed just how good this thing is, especially in the Draft League format. So many options in terms of sets. There's Swords Dance, there's Sub Bulk Up. Like, this is an excellent Bulk Up user. Knockoff, Ice Punch, Beef Blade, Poison Jab. It gets so much coverage. Can I tell you how glad I am that we don't allow Tapu Lele, so this thing can't even be in Psychic terrain? But geez, this thing is just such a monster. That massive attack stat, 110 speed is a really nice speed tier to be a part of. It's really bulky. This is an excellent pick from Sean. I really love this thing. I'm scared with it in Sean's hand really well.
Don't talk to me about Tapu Lele. Somebody accidentally allowed Mega Salamence and Tapu Lele in one league and then allowed somebody to draft them back-to-back. So, Tapu Lele is another one of those Mons that I don't talk about.
Wait, why would anyone allow Mega Salamence and Tapu Lele in a league?
Because I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we don't ever talk about WWC Season 1. Ever. Anyways, Zebstrika is taking Mega Mawile. So, Mega Mawile definitely is one of those Mons that needs to be built around. It needs a good support system, otherwise it can be destroyed very easily. Yes, SD Sucker Punch with its ability just rips through so much. It's a great Fairy Steel type. He's got half of his, or 2/3 of his FDS core right there. It really is a good Mon. And I forgot, you don't have to first turn Mega if I remember correctly, do you?
No, it does not have to foe.
So, I mean, he could not
he
Mega
wait
just...
turn and get the Intimidate drop.
Yeah, he could just use this thing as an Intimidator until he is ready to go in and sweep, and that's the same thing with Sean and his Gallade. He could run, Justified is the ability. Just run Justified, take a knockoff, Mega, and he's already +1. Like, that's scary.
Yes, that is correct.
That's scary, but anyways, Mega Mawile. I actually haven't used this thing. I just know that if you are not careful, it can hit like a truck.
I haven't had a chance to use this thing either because it's usually gone by the time I get to pick. Mega Mawile is a really scary Mon. If he gets Trick Room to go with this thing, good luck. Because this thing in Trick Room is terrifying. Stabs, Iron Head, and Play Rough hit so hard. It gets nice coverage with like Thunder Punch. It gets Fire Fang. It gets obviously we mentioned Sucker Punch. This thing has a lot of options. Sword Stance, it can set up subs. He can even go with an all-out attacker set. Mega Mawile is one of the most threatening megas in the format.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And fell to surprises.
You still there, Jacob?
I'm still here, yes.
Okay, you like roboted super, super hard, and I thought I had lost you there for a second.
Oh, let's not have me be a robot.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so moving on from the Zebstricas, we have Shadow taking Landorus, and I already can see where he's going with this. Lando T is a very good mon. It can run defensive. It can run Double Dance and be super offensive. It intimidates. It pivots with U-turn. It's an excellent choice scarf mon. And in Shadow's hands, I just see a clusterfuck happening because it's Shadow. And that's just what he does. He takes a mon and he just breaks it as much as possible.
Yeah, Landers T was on my team last season. It was my kills leader. This thing is a monster. I 6-0'd someone with this team. Sorry, Zav. Double Dance is so scary. It can be defensive with like a Stealth Rock Defog, Rocky Helmet variant. It could be a pivot. It's a great Scarfer. This thing is so versatile. It's the face of the OU tier, and I think it's underappreciated in Draft League. I think everyone just is like, the great OU mom in Draft League. You know, you have stuff you can pick, build around it. I still think this thing is absolute monster. And 145 base attack is nothing to laugh at. So
no, it will plow through you like a truck. So we'll see what he does around this thing. Moving on, we have Zeraora for Saint and the Iowa State Cyclohomes. I love this mon. Everybody knows I love this mon. This is a staple for me. I either have Zeraora or Jolteon on my team, one or the other, because I personally think you can't go wrong with a fast electric type that can suck up those electric spam. Like, I think it's 145 or 143 speed. This thing outpaces almost everything. It can run special, it can run physical, it has a calm mindset, it has a bulk up set, it has fighting spam, has access to things like outrage, it does have Iron Tail. Like, I have used this thing in the past to take out a Garchomp because I had Z outrage on it. Like, it's such a versatile, such a great mon. Is it a first round pick? I debate that myself. I don't know if it's a first round pick or not, but it is an extremely, extremely good electric type, and I think probably the best electric type after Tapu Koko.
I have such mixed feelings on Zeraora. Its speed is incredible, and it gets solid coverage. Where it loses for me is, I think its power is kind of meh. It really wants like a life orb, and that wears down on its longevity. And it could switch into electric type hits, which does help, but I don't know. I don't hate the pick. I don't love it. I used it before on like the fastest Volt turn core I could think of with this and Tornadus Therian, and it was really nice, but it's got to be set up right. It's got to have like a good pivot to go with it. So we'll see how it goes with Saint and the Zeraora this season. But you know, Saint's an incredible player, so I could see him just have this be the top of the league in kills by the end of the season. So
yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare if someone underpreps for it. Plus, don't forget, it also gets Plasma Fist, which turns any normal move into what? An electric type move. That's what I was trying to think of. I'm all over the place because I see like 1,000 messages just happen in the Twitch chat and can't see. Okay, I'm done messing with Twitch. Like, The Twitch chat is fine. It can stay, or what I was trying to do is fine. We're streaming, we're good, I'm not gonna fix it. Anyways, whatever. Apparently you're not getting some love from Sean, though.
Oh, what does Sean know? Well, Sean knows a lot, that's a lie.
You and Victini.
Yes. I thought very hard about this. It came down to, did I want Victini or did I want Jirachi? I've used both before, and while I've used Jirachi before and I used it really well before, I felt like I didn't get to use Victini to its fullest potential, and it is such a hard mon to switch into. Choice Banded V-Create is like stupid powerful. It gets incredible coverage on both the physical and the special side. It's just incredible. It's one of the best fire types in the game. It may be the best fire type in the game. I love Victini, and I think it's definitely worth the spot it is where it is in the draft. I think 12th overall is the perfect time to grab Victini if you're going to grab it in the first round.
Yeah, I made the mistake in one league drafting this first overall, so I may have been drinking the A-Drive Kool-Aid a little too much at the time when I drafted it, but it is a very good mon. I will say this. It is an extremely good mon. So, moving on, we
Don't drink the A-Draft Kool-Aid.
I just got into AABL. I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid for a little bit. So, okay, Sean is either screwing with you or just, I don't know if you're watching chat, but Sean's just dicking with you now, I think. But anyways.
Thank you, Sean.
Fancify taking Mega Diancie. Mega Diancie, especially with the fact it doesn't have to Mega first turn, it becomes very, very good because it's super defensive in Diancie form and then super offensive in its Mega form. That Magic Bounce ability is great. You can stop hazards from coming up on your side. Bounce them back to your opponent, bounce back Toxics, bounce back Will-O-Wisps. Like, Diancie, once it's Mega, basically becomes your stall hazard type of thing. Like, you don't necessarily have to have hazard control that game if your hazard control doesn't look good. Diancie can do it for you. But that
Mega Diancie makes things like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't really know much more besides that, so I'm gonna hand it back to you.
I've used this thing before in tournaments, and I love this thing. Diamond Storm is ridiculous. Like, a 40% chance to boost your defense is insane. It's got the only kind of meh thing is its coverage is pretty limited. It gets the Fairy and the Rock Stabs, but after that, it really only gets like Earth Power and Hidden Power. But it still hits so hard. 110 speed is nice. You don't have to Mega. Not having to Mega on the first turn is really nice since its bulk is massive. So I was definitely looking at this as a possible Mega. So I'm a little sad that it got taken, but Mega Diancie is definitely scary. Not sure it's worth a first round pick, but it is very hard to switch into.
Yeah, would you call that a snipe on you by chance?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, did you get sniped on it by chance?
Well, if you want to have the surprise of what happens when I do get sniped, sure, let's say I got sniped on it.
We got a snipe. So if anybody gets a snipe, please let me know in the chat. I will flash the snipe over and over again, like an annoyance, because I paid for that thing and I'm going to use it. So, anyways, moving on, we have... Whoops, where'd it go? Jirachi. God, I hate Jirachi so much. Shadow, you didn't tell me, so I didn't get to, like, play it. Sorry. Jirachi. I hate this thing so much. I have been paraflinched to death way too many times by this thing. So, like, it's base hundreds across the board, as most mythics are. You can run offensive, you can run defensive. I have seen somebody run Choice Banded Doom Desire, which was extremely clean tech in my mind, because you Doom Desire, your opponent brings in something that's going to check this thing, and you get out of town. Like, it can pivot with U-turn. I don't know. It's just super, super... There's some cool stuff you can do with it, but I hate it because I've been para-flinched way too many times by it.
I love Jirachi so much. Jirachi has the only distinction of being the only mon I've used to have it be the kill leader of a league. This thing is so good. With Z moves, especially, it gets like its coverage is kind of nuts. Like, I didn't realize until I drafted this how big its coverage is. Like, it's fairy coverage, it gets grass coverage, it gets rock coverage, it gets electric coverage. It gets water pulse if you want to be that guy with that. Actually, it's got a fairly big chance to confuse, so that's actually not a terrible idea. But it's just so good. I love Jirachi, and I think Zaverb is going to have a fun time with Jirachi this season.
That would be the ultimate FU. Just like T-Wave, Water Pulse, and then Iron Head them to death. So they're either parafused or they're para-flinching. That's just not okay. Who broke this mon? We have Clefable for Rye. This is another mon that I actually hate with a passion. Like, it's great. It's a good mon. It can just constantly heal itself with Soft Boil and be stupidly bulky and annoying, drop Toxics. You can't wear it down if it's Magic Coat, or Magic Guard, one or the other. I don't remember which one it is. Because you can't Toxic it for chip. You can't set up on it because Unaware Clefable doesn't give any care. Except Shadow forgot about a certain mon that can break Unaware Clefable in Season 2. But, yeah, Clefable's just stupid in my mind. Stupid bulky, stupid annoying. I don't like it. But that's just my personal preference.
Yeah, outside of probably Mew, I think the next most versatile mon in the format is Clefable. I think someone described Clefable once as if you have a hole on your team, it's probably a Clefable size. It's probably Clefable sized. It can do so many things really effectively. You know, it can set. It's a good rock setter. It can be a wish passer. It can be a sneaky setup sweeper even. With Calm Mind and then Magic Guard with Life Orb, so you don't take the Life Orb recoil. I really like Clefable. I think it's probably the best fairy in the game that's not named Tapu Koko. And 14th overall for Clefable is kind of nuts.
Yeah. But it's Rye. You know something's going to die to it. For the Zoroarks, we have the other Latios. Or Lati. We have Mega Latios. Really, I only know this thing is D-Dance setup. Just go to town on D-Dance and then blow things back because it's stupidly offensive. I've seen subsets a couple of times from Ga, but I don't know. I used regular Latios, but I don't know a lot about Mega Latios.
I have used Mega Latios fairly recently. It's definitely scary. It hits really hard. 160 base attack, 160 base special attack is really good. I end up preferring its regular form more than its Mega. But it's, it just hits really hard. It's more viable than of a Dragonair sweeper than its regular form. I like its, yeah. That's pretty much all I have to say about this thing.
Okay. So, finishing off round one, we have Fox. What? Oh, wait, that was the end of round one. Duh. Fox is the end of the round. I'm stupid, so. Kicking off round two, we have Fox taking T-Tar. T-Tar is a very, very good mon in my mind. It can run AV, you can run Choice Band, you can run D-Dance Setup, you can get Sand Sweeper, or set up Sand for Sand Sweeping potentially. Dark Rock type, yeah, it's quad weak to fighting types, but you have a Mega Latios right there that could give two shits about a fighting type hit. And like it can do so much. It can be unnerved to stop berries from being used. Like it's a very good mon. There's a reason it's the premier sand setter.
Yeah, I really like T-Tar. It's really bulky, especially when you get sand up. This thing is especially defensive monster. Like I ran Assault Vest T-Tar, and that was like it lives everything. Like AV T-Tar lives everything that's not a fighting move. It's a great sand setter. If Excadrill happens to make it all the way back here, it is the great base of sand teams. I don't love sand as only being able to run sand, but it is certainly an option, and T-Tar is the best sand setter in the game, and it hits really hard. 134 attack is scary, and it's got nice stabs. So yeah, T-Tar, solid pick. I do like it with Mega Latios. I do think they cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. You're not going to see many maybe bug types are the only thing that can really scare this thing, and even then it'd have to be like a really physical bug type. So I like the pick here. So I think Mega Latios and T-Tar is a good way to start off a draft.
Yeah, and especially if Drill makes it back to him. Like, you throw Drill in with this, and you can say good night. It's sand time, but this is a mon that I've wanted to try drafting. Just never had the chance to, so we'll take a look and see. But here's another mon that's really good in sand, Garchomp. Granted, Sand Veil's not allowed, so you can't Sand Veil it. Garchomp Clefable is just a stupid Dragon Fairy core to start already. He's just like one really good steel type away from having a nightmarish FDS core. Garchomp with Rough Skin, Rocky Helmet. If you need a defensive chomp, it can set up itself with D-Dances and just go to town. It just hits really hard even without the D-Dance. Like, it's got coverage, it's versatile for the most part. It's just, I don't know, it's one of the better dragon types. I love it personally, but I prefer its Mega, but that's just me.
Yeah, I feel like people have forgotten T-Tar a lot over the years. I mean, T-Tar, sorry. Garchomp over the years. I feel like it gets forgotten about. I don't know why. This thing has always been really good. Dragon Ground Stabs are really awesome. It gets a lot of coverage. I think people sleep on how big its coverage is. Swords Dance, Z Sandstorm Garchomp is a real threat. You boost your speed, and then you kind of just win the game. I really like Garchomp, and pairing it with Clefable is disgusting.
Do you boost your speed, or do you boost your defense when you Z Sandstorm?
Z Sandstorm boosts your speed by 1, so
okay.
You get to +1 speed. So
okay, I think I'm thinking of something else then, because I could have sworn that it was plus defense, but oh no, that's Z Stealth Rock. Duh, I'm stupid. Z Stealth Rock boosts your defense. Okay, anyways, whatever. Moving on to the, I don't know what pick this is, 19th pick. Torn T, Rachi Torn T. So you've got 2 really good pivoters, including 1 regener. Torn T is, 121 base speed, I think? So it's fast. It's going to put fast pressure on, allowing it to that momentum pivot. Great Z user by dropping Z Hurricanes, just to nuke something. Does have good coverage in the fact that it can run Heat Wave, Knockoff is also there. It can run physical or special, basically, mixed as well. Like, it does a lot of things very, very well. I usually see this thing go on rain teams a lot, but pairing it with Rachi seems really good to give yourself a solid U-turn core.
Tornado's Therian is my favorite mon in the format. I love this thing so much. Yes, you have to usually rely on inaccurate moves in Hurricane and Focus Blast, and that's very annoying. But it's got really solid power. It's got that 121 base speed is outspeeding most of the meta game. There's a few things that outspeed it that it probably wishes it could outspeed, but it's an excellent Z Captain. Its coverage is, it gets coverage that I'm like, wait, it got this thing. So like, it gets Sludge Wave, it gets Psychic, it gets Grass Knot. The first time I ever ran this thing, I ran ICMZ with Icy Wind for a Zygarde, and it blew it back. So
that's just
thing
dirty.
Is great.
That's just dirty. Whoever that was, you just did them so dirty with that. But, so moving on.
It's so much. This thing, it's just such a fun pick. I love Tornado's Therian.
Yeah. With Fancify taking his Zapdos here. Zapdos and Diancie, very interesting pair. Zapdos being usually a very good defensive mon, having it static, so you can get paras to control speeds a little bit if you can snag that 30% para. I think it's 30% on static, I don't remember off the top of my head, but it can be a good cleric and defogging, has the ability to run things like Heat Wave. Electric Spam obviously is good for Volt turning. It's a good mon, and now he's got two mons. Like, if he gets the defense boost on Diancie, or he runs stupid defensive Zapdos, he's got pretty decent defense right there already.
I love Zapdos. I used it pretty recently. I actually think it's pretty underrated as an offensive mon. He's got a nice 125 special attack stat. Uh-oh, we got a snipe. We got a snipe.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep, it's already gone off.
Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Shy Guy. I'm sorry. But, this thing is so much fun to use. I love Zapdos. Really nice defensive stats. Static is really helpful, especially now that it can run static and defog. Thank goodness for Gen 7. So I really like Zapdos, and Zapdos and Diancie as a pairing is quite scary.
Yeah. You can't safely even try to Toxic Zapdos because it's so bulky. You run the risk of Diancie coming in and bouncing that right back at you. So, go ahead and talk to me about Gau's second favorite mon.
Oh, I love Milotic. Is this probably too early for Milotic? Yes. Admittedly, this is probably too early for Milotic. But I also realized if I didn't draft this now, I wasn't going to get it. Milotic is so fat. It's really kind of stupid how fat it is. The Flame Orb set just can wall out entire teams. Reliable recovery and, recover. Gets Scald, it gets Ice Beam, it gets a few interesting tech options with Mirror Coat and Aqua Ring. You can run Refresh. I don't know if I'm ever going to run Refresh on on the usual set I'd run, which is the Flame Orb variant, but Milotic is so good, and I feel like it's better in draft. It's a lot better in Draft League than it is in Standard Play. I feel like in Standard Play, it gets overlooked by some of the other bulkier waters just because of how things are tiered. But in Draft League, switch-ins to this thing are fewer and farther between. So I think Milotic excels here, and I'm excited to pair it with Victini and start building potentially very dangerous Water Fire Grass core.
You've also got an extremely good assistant to Victini with this, because Victini doesn't appreciate rocks. Milotic's other ability is competitive. You bring this thing on someone trying to defog, and boom, you've got a boost already. That's how competitive works, right? Yeah.
Yes, that is how competitive works. I may try competitive Milotic if the opportunity comes up. And with webs being as prevalent as it is, Victini also doesn't like webs. Milotic doesn't really care, because it's not trying to outspeed things anyway. So who knows? I may have a little more fun with this thing than I have as just a wall. So
yeah. Saint taking Mega Pinsir. Mega Pinsir, Zeraora. This team just like kicked it into overdrive as far as speed goes. Mega Pinsir is stupidly offensive. Nothing really wants to check into it, and by the time you get a check into it, he could already have a Swords Dance up. Like, it's extremely, extremely, extremely dangerous to let this thing just freely set up. Aerial 8 turns normal moves into flying type moves. Just, I don't know, this thing is literally a monster, and pairing it with Zeraora, like, if you try to outspeed Pinsir, Zeraora can still come in and clean you up, because it's going to be faster than you. You have to get over Zeraora almost in order to safely deal with this thing. Like, electric type spam to hit Pinsir? Zeraora's got you covered.
Mega Pinsir was it was the staple of my Gen 6 OU team, and it was the first mod I decided to base my first draft landing team around. I love this thing. Aerial 8 boosted return is gross. Its coverage is also really nice with things like Earthquake and Close Combat, and even Knockoff is really helpful. Believe it or not, it could actually run a kind of fun defensive variant with Aerial 8 boosted Body Slam, plus it gets Stealth Rocks, so it's got some fun options if you want to go with a bulkier build. I will say, going forward, Saint's going to have to make sure he gets good hazard removal, because being 4 times weak to rocks is no fun.
Yeah. Well, and he also, with him not having to Mega first turn, he could take advantage of Moxie. If he could get a Moxie boost off and then Mega.
That is true. I forgot. I always forget this thing gets Moxie.
Yeah, just come in, quick attack, Moxie kill, and then Mega the next turn and go to town. And you're basically done, but yeah, Moxie boost. Up next, here again, I told you I could see what Shadow was doing. I knew the fuckery that was coming. There's Rotom Wash. Lando T, Rotom Wash, extremely good Volt Turn core. Rotom Wash can be very, very good as a defensive mon with Rocky Helmet or an AV even. It's a defogger, which is really, really nice. Will-O-Wisp to catch things. Intimidate Will-O-Wisp combo right there. Just your physical attackers are screwed. Like, Rotom Wash is by far my favorite of the Rotom forms, and I just think it's beautifully paired here with Lando T. It's a great Volt Turn core.
I hate this thing so much. I hate battling this thing so much. It's so annoying to deal with. I hate this thing. I hate how it Will-O-Wisps. I hate how it can now it gets defog like it needed anything else. Like, it's semi-reliable recovery in Pain Split. I actually think Pain Split's a little more reliable than some people give it credit for. Water Electrics for stab is scary, even though your only water move is Hydro Pump. The Volt Switch ability to Volt Switch, Levitate, so you really only have one weakness, and it's Grass, which Lander's T covers fairly well. I mean, there's certainly other mons that can handle a Grass weakness. I don't think that's too hard to cover up. So I hate this thing, and I hate that Shadow drafted this thing, and I faced Shadow week 1. I'm not looking forward to facing this team.
Enjoy. I know what a Rotom Wash can do. I used it over an APA. You're in for a fun time. Zubstrike is taking Latios. So Latios Mega Mawile. This is a pretty good pairing in my mind because Latios is defensive, can sponge up some of those hits for Mawile pretty well. Mawile covers the knockoff weakness. Mawile pretty much handles the bug weakness. Mawile's immune to dragon weakness for Latios. Latios levitates, takes away that ground immunity or weakness for Mawile. It's just a really beautiful offensive and defensive pair for me.
I really like Latios. I went and talked about it a little bit earlier with its Mega. This thing has a few more options than its Mega. It can be a Z move. It could be like a bulkier set with lefties. It can run Life Orb. It can run Choice Specs or Choice Scarf. I really like Latios, and it plus Mega Mawile is really scary.
Ninkata is taking Hydreigon. I seriously, right now, I'm having PTSD. This is Shadow's WWC team all over again. Mega Glade, Hydreigon. Like, depends on what else is taken here, but this is, like, scary good. He's got a bit of a fairy weakness. Like, Hydreigon dies to a Draining Kiss. Glade does not appreciate a fairy move. But Hydreigon is a very good choice scarfer. It's a very good defensive mon. I've seen AV'd. I've seen a Rocky Helmet one for some reason. It's a very good Z crystal user. It has extremely good coverage. It gets Sludge Wave if I remember correctly, so you can run Poisonium Z to catch fairy types coming in. Like and it levitates too, so it's a very good mon. It gives a ground immunity for later. And yeah, it's a solid mon.
It actually does not get Sludge Wave.
It doesn't?
No, it does not. It gets Belch. That's its poison move. So.
Okay, Z Belch. That's it. I knew it got a poison move.
Z Belch. Yeah, it gets Belch, which on a Z move you don't have to worry about the berries. So. No, Hydreigon is really awesome. Being able to U-turn with Roost. Dark and Dragon is a very hard stab to switch into unless you're a fairy type, which Sean will need to get a good fairy resist, whether it's like a really bulky poison type or a really bulky steel type. But I love Hydreigon, and I think at tier 2 it's great value. I know a lot of times it's a tier 1, so I really like this pick for Sean.
I've never seen this thing tier 1 before, but that's good to know. Spies, Infernape Mew. I swear to God, Spies does this in every single draft he's in, but apparently I'm wrong, because he did this in WWC, and he's doing it here. Infernape is an extremely good Choice Scarf user. It can set up with Nasty Plots. It can set up with Swords Dances. It can run mixed, either or. 108 speed is very good for that range. Has priority in Vacuum Wave. I believe it gets Bullet Punch, but I'm probably wrong with that. I know it has Mach Punch, and that it gets the Elemental Punches, obviously. Choice Banded Flare Blitz, Choice Scarfed Flare Blitz, U-Turn. Like, it's just a very good hard-hitting mon.
I love Infernape. It gets, you were mentioning the coverage, it gets Gunk Shot for all those really bulky fairies as well, which is really nice. It gets pretty much every good setup move in the game. Bulk Up, Calm Mind, Nasty Plot, and Swords Dance. It gets all 4 of them, which it's one of the few mons in the game I think that has that distinction. I think Lucario's and Mew are maybe the only others. But this thing is such a terrifying mon, and pairing it with Mew with a really powerful fighting type is really scary, and I think Mew plus Infernape is going to be a terrifying combo for Spies.
Yeah, it's a good start so far for Spies. Scissor for Aquatic here. I hate Scissor. I really do. I think it's one of the worst. It and Mega Scissor to me are two of the worst mons ever, but that's just because I've never been able to pull them off. Yeah, Technician is great. Technician Swords Dance is good, but it's so easy to catch a stray HP Fire or get outsped, or I don't know. This is for me not the premier Bug Steel type that everybody thinks it is, but I have so many people that have told me I'm wrong here.
Yeah, I'm going to join you in telling you that you're wrong here. I love Scizor. Scizor has a few fun tech options. It could be a bulkier variant. My favorite is Natural Gift Scizor. I think it's one of my favorite fun techs to run. I've drafted Scizor many times. I think its regular form is better than its mega form, so I do like this pick. It can be relatively bulky with Roost. It gets Sword Stance, Bullet Punch, U-Turn, Knockoff. I really love Scizor. And pairing it with Zygarde's really nice, because now you have to you're making Mons choose between Hidden Power Fire and Hidden Power Ice. So it's only going to be able to run Hidden Power for one of them, not both. So I do like that as pairing them together.
I honestly didn't think about that when I did my PRs. I didn't think, oh yeah, they can only run one or the other HP because he's got an HP Ice and an HP Fire weakness. I totally spaced on that, so... Oops. I don't know everything. I just found that out today. Thank you. OKC Thunderous, Mega Metacham, and Tapu Koko. Is someone drafting Duncan Knee Deep's WBE team from a couple seasons ago? Question mark. But no, Mega Metacham is extremely, extremely powerful. I believe it was second in WWC, only behind Mega Gallade. It's just, that typing is so, so good. It has priority in Bullet Punch. It can set up itself with bulk ups. Fake Out, plus its ability is just super, super hard. Priority to hit there, double priority is great. You give this thing Thunder Punch with its ability plus Tapu Koko sitting terrain. It just punches through things. I think it pairs really, really well with Koko. Plus, you get some psychic moves to take on poison types.
I really like Mega Metacham. I wish it was a tad bit faster. 100 base speed's kind of an annoying speed tier to be in. But at the same time, this thing does hit like a truck. It's just... No one wants to switch into high jump kicks or even drain punches. I was shocked how much Mega Metacham's drain punches do. This thing is so good, and I really, really like Mega Metacham with Tapu Koko. Those two as a combo, there's very few mons, if any, in the game that are going to want to switch into both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. Come on, slides. There. Come on, slides. Let's work. There we go. Terrakion with Mega Latios. So there's your knockoff answer, even though Mega Latios doesn't really care too much about knockoff because you can't knock off a Mega Stone, but this is also your dark check for Latios. Hit this thing with a dark type, you're gone. Double Dance, Rock Polish, and Swords Dance is great. 108 Speed is really good. Choice Banded, Choice Scarfed. There's so many different options for it. It's a nightmare. Terrakion is really, really a nightmare in the right hands.
I really like Terrakion. I feel like people forget how good Terrakion is / can be. Stone Edge, Close Combat's really good combo. It's an excellent Z Captain. I think it's one of the best Z-Mons in the game. Continental Crush and all-out pummeling from this thing is not fun to switch into. It's a stealth rocker. It's not a good stealth rocker, but it is a stealth rocker. But no, Mega Latios and Terrakion is a really potent combination that is, I think, going to be really scary for everyone who faces Beardy this season.
Yeah, and Latios takes those psychic checks and fighting checks pretty easily, so. And the ground, because it levitates. Like, yeah, this pair's pretty well covered. For Shy Guy, we have Weavile. Weavile Megalopunny is really, really interesting to me. It's two really fast hitters. I don't know. He does have a fighting weakness, though, right now. A really bad fighting weakness. Megalopunny doesn't want to take a fighting hit. Weavile dies to a vacuum wave. Like, I don't know if this was the right time to take Weavile either. I think this might have been another reach. And nothing, no hard feelings to you, Shy.
I'm not sure if it's a reach. I'm just not, I don't know. Weavile and Lopunny as a combo is really fast. I mean, it's 135 and then 125, so very few things are going to be able to outspeed it. But yeah, anyone who runs Mach Punch is going to have a fun time with this thing as long as that Mach Punch isn't coming off a Ledian. But
+6 Ledian
Weavile,
still does
Weavile,
like
definitely
80%. A +6 Ledian can do 80% with a Mach Punch. Yeah.
Really? Even Iron Fist boosted, it's not outgoing?
No, it's not outgoing. Not from
really...
a fully defensive Weavile. Ledian's such trash.
Oh, well.
But...
Well, first off, I don't think we're ever going to see a fully defensive Weavile, but... Oh, I don't know. I think Shy Guy better find a good fighting resist soon, or we could be seeing, like, I could totally see the world where someone brings, like, a Conkeldurr and then it just kind of runs through his team.
Yeah. And, I mean, at least he's guaranteed somebody's got to run a Scarf. His opponent's got to bring a Scarf for one way or another.
Yeah, everyone's going to have to run Scarf against him.
Yeah, or
everyone's going to have to run Scarfs.
So, he's at least forced that, but... Oh my god, I forgot Acorn did this. I hate Acorn with a passion right now. I really do. This is Shadow's Season 2 team all over again. And you can't get much more stupidly bulky than this. I mean, you can, but you pair one of the biggest, bulkiest, annoying Mons with Celesteela, another stupidly bulky, annoying Mon. What do? They cover each other so well. You want to take a ground hit on Venusaur? No. Celesteela comes in. You want to hit a fire-type move on Celesteela? Thick fat. I don't care about that. You want to hit a electric-type move? I'm a grass-type. I don't care about that. I really, really despise this core right now. I'm so glad I'm not in Ho-Oh. I don't want to have to deal with this.
Yeah, first off, I'm so glad Acorn's not on my schedule this season, so I don't have to face this either.
Playoffs.
Second off, this thing's... I love Mega Venusaur. I hate that he just paired it with Celesteela because it's, like, disgusting. Double Leech Seed. This thing can put Mons to sleep. You know, it's got knockoff. It's got its stabs. It can run a surprising Earthquake. I want to say it gets Curse as well, so it can run as like a Curse sweeper variant. Just what? Why? I want to say it gets Curse.
I'm checking this. If this thing gets Curse, like, oh my fucking god, it gets Curse. Why, of all things, does this need Curse?
GG, it's Mega Venusaur.
Why? What? You can't even poison this thing either. Like,
Well,
Oh god.
everyone,
Somebody needs
Can
Salazzle.
everyone-
Salazzle's the only way to poison this team.
oh, jeez. All right. Shall we?
Yeah, that's
Shall we move
enough.
on to Clem's second round pick?
Yeah, that's enough looking at that toxic nightmare. Kieran Black, Mega Scissor. I am sure that everyone is going to say this is one of the best FDS cores starting right here. Again, as I said with Scissor, I'm not a fan, but that's just where I sit.
Yeah, I don't love Mega Scizor. It hits, sure, it's bulkier than regular Scizor, so if you wanted the bulkier option, this is definitely the way to go, but I've had Mega Scizor in the past, and it didn't, you know, it's just fine. I think its regular form is better. I don't know. I don't mind it with Kieran Black. Maybe I'm a hater, but Mega Scizor Kieran Black is definitely a terrifying combination.
It's a great FDS core so far.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of the FDS core, he paired it with Finny. Or paired those two with Finny. Like, okay, the only issue I have here is Finny, Kieran Black do not get along because of Finny's ability. Setting up Misty Surge, grounded dragon types, their moves get cut 50%. Like, yeah, you can't get statused, but that's kind of my biggest hang-up is the fact that KB is affected by Finny. Like, it'd be like putting Mega Zard with Finny, it just doesn't make sense to me. But I don't know. This is a great FDS core. Like, Finny and Scissor. Finny takes the pressure off Scissor having to defog too.
Yeah, Finny. I wish it got reliable recovery. I think that's something it could really use. I do agree, Misty Surge plus Kieran Black isn't great. Although Kieran Black is a dragon type that doesn't have to run Dragon Stab. It's going to want to run Ice Stab more than anything. So I don't hate it. It gets nice coverage with Moon Blast plus Ice Beam plus Water Move. I will say I also don't love that Misty Terrain gets set up immediately on a more defensive water type, because you're going to want to run Scald, and not being able to burn things with Scald is really annoying.
Yeah, that's like Finny and Bulu both have their drawbacks. Bulu's an extra leftovers. Finny, you can't Scald burn. Like, that's why they're not as good as Coco and Lele. But still a very good pick. So, we thought it was bad for Acorn with his last pick. He adds this fucking thing. Toxapex. Yes, he's got a ground weakness in two mons that are poison type that don't want to take an EQ, but there's a Celesteela right there. This thing regens, it baneful bunkers, it can be merciless and toxic poison things. God, I hate this team, and rip to anybody that's got to play it. This is just grossly fat.
I hate Toxapex. I hate battling Toxapex. I hate battling with Toxapex. I hate Toxapex. I hate how ridiculously bulky it is. I hate how it has no offensive presence at all. I will say, this is a team, really outside of Celesteela, that does not want to be taunted.
No, it does not.
So if I just want to bring a team of 6 taunters, Acorn is not going to have fun. So, but
I mean,
yeah, this team is really fat, so we will.
Acorn could counter that at least once if you wanted to by running like some crazy ass set like Mental Herb, Toxapex, just so we can get a Toxic off. I don't know.
That is fair.
It's weird. I mean, I've run Mental Herb on something that didn't want to get taunted once, but I was memeing, but, you know, whatever. But anyways, enough staring at this stupid bulk. Sylveon, okay, so there's our fighting check we were talking about. Sylveon is a very, very good fighting check, actually. I mean, it doesn't appreciate Steel-type hits. Mega Lopunny will take those pretty well. Weavile won't take those at all, but this is a great Wish Passer. It's a great Cleric. It can break through subs with Hyper Voice, Pixelate Hyper Voice. It just spams Fairy Stab, but it is a very, very, very good check. To most fighting types, I think Lucario is probably the only, or a fighting type that carries a poison type move, is probably the only real threats to this thing.
Yeah. I don't think everyone's going to be drafting a Toxicroak, so I don't think it has to worry about that too much. And even then, this thing, I believe, gets some sort of psychic coverage, whether it's psychic or Psyshock.
Pretty sure it's
but
Psyshock.
No, this definitely...
I'm looking it up.
I know it gets one, and then... I was going to say, I know it gets one, and then the other one, and then Floor just gets the other one. But, this thing is definitely a scary mon. I really enjoyed this thing. I think it's maybe a little better offensively than defensively, even though it's really bulky. I really like Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice is really good. Shadow does point out in the chat that this team like auto loses to Cobalion or Lucario, but
I kind of forgot about Cobalion as the other steel type fighting type mon. I forgot Cobalion exists. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely helps.
But no, Sylveon does.
Issues.
Yeah, Sylveon does help relieve some of the fighting stress. Although I will say, it's not that physically bulky. It's only got a base 65 defense stat. And yes, it's got a big HP stat, but you have to go like max physical defense in order to make sure you take on this thing. So like, again, a bulkier fighting type with poison or steel coverage is still gonna hurt this team. So,
yep.
I think Shy Guy just needs to be careful.
Slides, come on and work for me, please. Thank you. Somebody took this damn thing. Thank you, Beardy. Everybody knows that I love Alolan Ninetales just about as much as I love Zeraora. I have drafted this thing 7 out of 9 leagues that I've participated in. It is such a good mon. Yes, I am drinking the A-Drive Kool-Aid on this. I don't care. A-Drive is what started me into this. A-Drive is why I drafted this thing. You set Veil, you run Scarf, you run Specs, you run Expert Belt if you don't want to lock yourself in. This thing does so much. See you later, Shy. 108, 109 base speed. Very good speed tier. Fairy and Ice Spam is very, very good. Yes, it dies to a Bullet Punch. It has very good coverage. It's got Psyshock. It's got Dark Pulse. It's got Hidden Powers can be very good on this thing. Putting Terrakion behind Veil is extremely, extremely powerful. Extremely scary, too, because Terrakion can easily get off 1, if not 2 dances behind that Veil. Like, I don't know. I love this thing. I'm not going to go too much more into it, or I'll just sit here for 20 minutes talking about the beautiful thing that is Alolan Ninetales.
I will say this team is a little steel weak. Just a little, like, not horribly steel weak, but like, I just look at this team and then I just see like if someone drafted Doublade and it just sat in front of this team and just beat it. But Alolan Ninetales is a really fun mon. Yeah, Veil is really nice. I remember once I got Veil up plus Hazard Stack, and then I just swept my opponent. But this thing, Ice Fairy Stab is a really nice combo. It can set up with Nasty Plot. It gets interesting coverage with Dark and Psychic coverage. But Freeze Dry is also really helpful. I feel like I wish more Mons got Freeze Dry because it is really nice utility, and Ninetales uses it really well.
This thing can murder rain teams very, very quickly. You just run Scarfed Freeze Dry with Snow Warning and no Swift Swim for you. I don't know. I enough with Ninetales. I love it too much. Suicune for who is the OKC? Inkay. Wow, major brain fart.
Inkay.
Yeah, Inkay with the OKC Thunderous taking Suicune. Suicune is another one of those premier tier 2 bulky water types. Crocune is so annoying to have to play around. It can set up and get going extremely fast with Calm Minds up. That's about all I know is Crocune, though. Like Sub, Coon, Crocune, those are the two main Coons I know.
Yeah, most of the time you're going to see either Crocune or Subtoxic. I thought hard about Suicune. It came down to Suicune and Milotic for my second pick. I just wanted Milotic a little more just because I think it's a little more versatile. But Suicune is definitely one of those ones that's so hard to break through. I'm a little worried about it in electric terrain. I feel like other teams could take advantage of that and just click Thunderbolt all over this thing. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think you can go to sleep in electric terrain.
You cannot.
So it can't use its rest. So it can't use its rest set. So I think that's interesting. But Suicune definitely is one of the staple bulky water type, and I think Inkay can use it well. It'll just be a matter of does he use it well.
So moving on, we have Aquatic taking Mega Aerodactyl. This thing is also stupidly fast. I think it tops out at 120 or 423 speed. I think it's base 145, just like Zero. No, it's 150. It actually is faster than Zero Aura. It's stupidly offensive with Tough Claws ability. You can just punch so many holes. It can set rocks. It can be a defogger. Has coverage in Iron Head, 438. Thank you, Clem. I forgot that it was 150, not 145, which is why I know Zoroark's 423. But it can do a lot of different things. The Tough Claw ability is very, very good. It's a ground immunity. You have Zygarde to stop electric spam. I mean, I'm starting to like this team a little more than I did post-draft, but, you know, I don't know if this was the right Mega for this team.
It's interesting. I like Mega Aerodactyl. Its speed is insane. Like, 150 base speed is, I believe it's tied with Mega Alakazam for fastest mon in the game. And Electrode, but Electrode is terrible.
Dio Speed is the only thing faster, I think.
Oh yeah, Deoxys. I forgot about Deoxys Speed because it's always in Ubers. But no, Mega Aerodactyl is interesting. I will say I love the only thing I don't like about it is probably its two best moves to use are Stone Edge and Earthquake, and neither of them get the Tough Claws boost. I wish it got some sort of Rock type Tough Claws boosted move. I don't know what that would be besides a Cell Rock, but...
Does Rock Slide not count?
No, Rock Slide, while it's physical, does not make contact.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the weird thing.
So,
things like Quake and Edge and Rock Slide that don't actually physically make contact, why are they physical moves, then?
See, I understand why they're physical moves, I don't think... I just wish this got Tough Claws boost. I just wish it had a few more options for Tough Claws boost. That, and I really wish this thing got Brave Bird.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl would be... This thing could really use Brave Bird. Because then even if it doesn't Mega, you have Rockhead, where it doesn't take recoil damage, and then when you do Mega, it gets a Tough Claws boost. But no, Mega Aerodactyl's fun. I've seen this thing be successful in other leagues before, so I understand the pick. Was it early? Probably, but I think Aquatic could have some fun with Mega Aerodactyl.
Yep. Come on, Slides. Oh, why do you do this to me, Google? Crocodile. Again, I swear, Spies is drafting the same mons that he has the other times I've seen him draft. Crook is a very good Z Crystal user. It's a very good Scarf Moxie boost. Just goes to town if you can get it rolling. It's got great coverage. It has Outrage. So again, being a good Z Crystal user, you could drop a Draco Z on something that's not expecting it. Iron Tail if you wanted to run Steelium Z. It's good Pursuit Trapper. Decent speed. I think it's 92 base speed. So it's a very, very good mon. And unfortunately the designers didn't think about how they made it look, but that's a side note.
See, I love its design. No, Crocodile, I really love Crocodile. Reliable stealth rocker, Intimidate's really helpful. I feel like I see Intimidate nowadays more than I see Moxie. I feel like I used to see Moxie more than Intimidate. But those times have changed just because how valuable Intimidate is. Stab Knockoff and a Stab Earthquake are terrifying prospects. And Crocodile is one of the best tier 3s you could get. So I definitely get where Spies is coming from with this pick. And putting it with Infernape and Mew is not a fun idea of playing against this season.
No. Like, Mew is protected. Now double from Dark-type spam. Crook is protected from Fighting-type spam. Like, it's very good synergy here, so... Up next, we have Sean and his Long Beach Ninkata taking Scolipede. My biggest drawback, you can't baton pass speed, so that makes Scully kind of not as good in my mind if you can't baton pass that speed. But I have been on the reverse sweeping end of a Scolipede, getting 5-0'd by Ga with this thing because it set up its Swords Dance and then just went to town on me because I couldn't outspeed it. Like, it's very, very good with coverage. It has things like Aqua Tail to hit fire types that want to check in on this thing, or ground types that want to try to Earthquake spam it. Mega Horn always hits super, super hard. Can set T-Spikes, like absorb the T-Spikes, so you've got some T-Spike control there. Because Mega Gallade doesn't want to get worn down by those T-Spikes, and Mega Gallade appreciates some T-Spike, set for, or chip for itself. Like, this would have been stupidly busted if Speed Pass was allowed, because he could have easily just Speed Passed into Mega Gallade, and Mega Gallade just will run town at that point.
Yeah, I really like Scolipede. It's also a spike setter, which I think is really nice for Sean's team. It wears down things much more easily for Mega Gallade to come in and sweep at the end. You already talked about how great of a Z-Mon it is, with Aqua Tail, gets Earthquake, gets Rock Slide, Mega Horn, Poison Jab. You could be that guy and run Steamroller, try to flinch things. I don't think Sean's gonna run Steamroller, but no, I really like Scolipede. I think it's another mon that gets forgotten about a lot. I feel like it's kind of like in this, because it's with like the Staraptors and like some of these other mons that are really powerful, but they just kind of get forgotten about.
Well, it's also most of the
I really
time,
like Scolipede.
Yeah, most of the time it's ranked as a tier 1, which is why it gets forgotten about. There's so many mons in tier 1 that are better than it that it gets forgotten. You drop this thing into tier 2 and bam, I guarantee you it gets drafted every time it's a tier 2.
Yeah, I agree. But no, I like the pick. It also helps with Sean's fairy weakness, so this it could come in on and deal with some of the fairy hits that High Dragon doesn't want to take. But solid pick.
Yeah. Then we have one of my favorite mons, Gliscor. God, this thing is stupidly bulky, but if you're not careful, it will set up in your face with Swords Dances. It's a great wall to take Toxics on because of that ability of having Toxic Heal. You could run Toxic Heal Fling and fling your Toxic Orb. Good, very, very good hazard control. It's a good rock. Sorry about that. Good rock setter. Good defogger. Yeah, it's 4 times weak to ice, but Mega Mawile could care less about an ice type hit. It's a very, very, very good mon.
Yeah, I really like Gliscor. Gliscor's a mon I've kind of wanted to draft for a while, and just never have had the chance to. I didn't want it on this team. I didn't think it fit it that well. But it is definitely a scary mon. Earthquake, stat, always valuable. His Mega Mawile doesn't mind the ice hits. This team, I don't know. I really do like Gliscor. I'm not sure how I like it on this team, but I do think this will. I do think having the defog and rocks, having a second rocker is really nice. Having a second defogger is really nice. No, I do like this pick. I just don't know if I like it on this team.
Yeah, you roboted there for a second, so I missed what you said for a little bit there.
Oh boy.
It's me. It's not you. Trust me. It's on my end. But we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Whoops. Shadow already drafted that. Nothing to see here. You see nothing. You see nothing. I swear I QT'd these.
Wow, I did.
That's not the right one. That's the one I need. Okay, we're good. So yeah, Shadow drafted Greninja. Okay. I feel like Shadow is just redrafting my APA Season 2 team and just trying to show me up as to how much better he can run it, because I had Rotom Wash Greninja. I didn't have Lando T, but I had Rotom Wash Greninja. Greninja is 122 base speed. It is super, super, super good. From that perspective, Water Dark, it's a great Z user. It has coverage in, I think it gets Grass Knot. It has Gunk Shot. Obviously, it can run both physical and special. You have Ice Beam. You have, trying to think what all I used it for. Ice Beam Z I used one time. Can Spike Set, T-Spike Set. Obviously, it's good with hidden powers. Like, it's a good mon. Yeah, Shadow has a bit of a Bolt Beam weakness right now, but I'm sure he can take care of that.
Yeah, I had Lando T and Greninja together last season. I didn't use Greninja as well as I used Lando, but it is certainly a very scary mod. And Shadow has used Greninja very well before. I believe it was his kills leader in Season 1. So, I also like how Greninja is more of his offensive water and Rotom Wash is more of his defensive water. So I don't mind the pick. Greninja does get some interesting coverage with things like Extra Sensory. It can be a Scarfer. It's not a great Scarfer, but it can be. I remember someone joked in PRs last year that they thought I was going to have to run Scarf Greninja every week I brought it, and I never brought Scarf Greninja the entire season. But let's say I didn't bring Scarf Greninja once, but no, Greninja is a really scary mon with Z moves. It's really, really scary. But I really like Greninja. I'm a little scared of Shadow and Greninja because that's a really scary combo, but Oh, jeez.
Hello.
What happened?
Is my mic back on, guys?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to take over?
No. Okay, yeah. So, my dad's dog came in here and started, like, trying to eat something off my carpet. I don't know even what. So I turned the mic off so I could yell at my dad's dog to go away. Came back, didn't turn the mic on. So literally that whole thing I said about Greninja, they didn't hear a single word I said. You did because I'm not muted to you, but... Oops.
Ah.
I never claimed to be a professional. I never did. So, anyways, we have Latios here paired with Pinsir and Zeraora. There's a pretty good defogger in my mind. I've used Latios. It can run physical, it can run special with Calm Mindset or D-Dancing sets. Decent coverage. Can defog. I don't know. I think it's probably the worst out of the four, though. But it's definitely definitely still a very good mon. Yes, Board, you guys are basically tech support.
We're basically tech support. Oh, jeez. I really love Latios. I had it last season. It was only one kill behind Landorus. Like, I went back and looked at my stats from last season earlier this week, and I was just like, oh my gosh, all my kills were Landorus and Latios. I'm going to disagree on saying that it's a good defogger. It is a defogger, but I think it just has trouble finding a move slot for defog, because it's going to want to run Calm Mind, or it's going to want some sort of setup. It's going to want to run one of its two stabs, if not both. And then it's going to either want to run some coverage or some recovery. And it's oftentimes really difficult to find a move slot for defog on Latios. But Latios is definitely a threat. When I drafted Mega Pinsir, I actually drafted Latios with it, and it is those two together. It is really hard to switch into, because nothing wants to take like Return plus Draco Meteor plus Psyshock. It's just, Latios is a really scary offensive threat, and I think pairing it with Mega Pinsir was really smart. I do think he needs a little bit more hazard removal, but again, this is only his third pick, so he's got some time.
Yeah. Moving on to, I guess, you now? And Paper Lad, the Kartana?
Yeah, Kartana's interesting. First off, it's a defogger. It's not necessarily the best defogger, but it is a defogger. 181 base attack is nothing to laugh at. Granted, it dies to an Ember, but it hits really hard. 109 base speed is an awesome base speed to be at. Gets nice coverage with Sacred Sword and Psycho Cut and Knockoff. It's a solid Z-Mon. I wish it got some sort of better Steel Stab than Smart Strike. But I really wanted to pair Victini and Kartana up because I felt like offensively it's very hard to find something that's able to stay in on both of them. Like, Kartana deals with like a lot of the bulky waters that Victini can't. So I think offensively those two together are really scary. And I'm very excited to try Kartana. I've seen Kartana used before and just wreck teams. So I'm hoping I can do some similar stuff with that. It's also a really good late game cleaner. It's a good scarfer. So I don't know. I'm excited to use Kartana.
Fun fact that I learned when I drafted Kartana, it does get defog.
Yeah, it gets defog.
So there you go. You got something to take care of rocks. Okay, moving on to Fancy. We have Celebi. I don't like Celebi, to be perfectly honest. I think it is the worst of the grass type tier 3s. I think Shaman's better. I know I'm going to catch a lot of hell for that, but I don't know. Yeah, having that psychic spam, good, but now you're weak to knockoff. Yes, it can nasty plot up and be very effective that way. It's a good cleric with heal bell. Or aromatherapy, one or the other, I don't remember which it gets. It does have access to recover, which means you're not as weather dependent as Shaman. With your recovery and synthesis and that, but I don't like it. It's also another base 100 Mon here, and so I don't know. Like, he's got 2 base 100s now. He's gonna have to do something with his speed tiers later in the draft. Granted, it is only the 3rd pick, but I don't know. I just don't like Celebi.
I don't mind it as much. It's a pretty reliable stealth rocker. I think that's one thing that sets it apart from Shaman. It does get a lot of interesting coverage options with, it gets its dual stab, plus it gets earth power, it gets dazzling, so that's really nice. Does get reliable recovery and recovers. The only thing I don't love about it is 4 times weak to U-turn. That's bad. That's admittedly very bad. But it gets some setup options. I want to say that, like, it doesn't have like, if you want to be that guy, like Seed Bomb and Send Headbutt and stuff like that. And it gets U-turn itself, so it can pivot out, which is really interesting. So I don't hate Celebi. I think people forget that Celebi is. I feel like people now underrate Celebi, so I don't hate it as much as others. I used it, and it was on my March Madness team, and I actually really did enjoy it on my March Madness team. So I don't mind the pick from Fancify here.
It's not bad. So Zaverb is just wanting to piss me off, apparently, because he took Breloom, and he's got Jirachi, 2 of the Mons that I hate the most in Draft League format. Breloom is very good because sub-toxic heal. Breloom is very good because Swords Dance Mach Punch Technician. Breloom is just a nightmare to have to deal with. And if you want to know why I hate it so much, just go ask Shadow about it.
I love Breloom. I love this Mon. Spore is stupid. Spore is stupid. Like, all you really need to run is Spore, Swords Dance, Mach Punch, and Bullet Seed, and you can pretty much win the game. Even like it's not even a bad sub Leech Seed Mon either. Space 75 speed is not great, but Mach Punch mitigates that. You can even run Force Palm if you want to get the Technician boost, plus a chance to paralyze. Rock Tomb is really nice coverage. That also takes advantage of Technician. I really like Breloom. I think it's probably the best offensive grass type in the game that's not named Tapu Bulu. So I think this plus Jirachi and Tornadus Therian is very scary.
Yeah, I just don't like it because for some damn reason Shadow managed to get it to 11 and 2 plus 9 in a league. Like, how the hell does Breloom just become a kill leader like that? I don't know. Anyways, we're going to talk about another Mon that I really hate. Buzzwall with Rye. So every time I've run into a Buzzwall, it has literally walled me. I have no way to beat it outside of like a flamethrower because it's stupidly physically defensive, and on the special side it is really hard to beat. Anyways, it has Drain Punch to heal. It just, I don't know. I had this thing on my team Season 2 and then was convinced by Connor and Shadow that it was trash and I needed to drop it. But every single time I run into a Buzzwall, it is stupidly hard to break. And it does very, very well on this team, I think, paired with Garchomp and Clefable.
Yeah, Buzzwole is deceptively bulky. Like, you see its stats, and you know, okay, this thing's really physically bulky, but I think people just don't realize how bulky it is. Like, I ran some interesting tech to battle this thing. Like, one time I saw a Buzzwole, and so I ran Power Herb Fly Raichu. And then I promptly went and missed my and then I promptly went and missed my fly. So also, if this thing gets a beast boost, it's kind of game over. Because you're gonna have such a hard time killing it. You really need like a powerful Scarfer to break through this. Like Scarf Victini, I think can hit this thing pretty well. Even something like Scarf Togekiss, something, it does have that 4 times flying weakness, which is not good, because it's already hard to come by getting good flying resists, and right now this team doesn't have one, but I do like this pick. Again, this is another one where you have to choose between hidden powers, with either hidden power flying or hidden power ice, so, yeah, Buzzwole's a solid mon. It's not my favorite of the bug fighting types, but that's because I love Heracross so much. Yeah, I like this pick for Rai. I'm a little terrified to see what he does with it, to be honest.
Yeah. So jumping into the last pick of the 3rd round, there's the drill. Yeah, we've officially got Sand.
Why did we let him get this thing?
It's great, like, paired with Mega Latios and T-Tar, like, this is an offensive nightmare of a core to deal with. He's got a Sand Sweeper. Even outside of Sand, it's an extremely good Scarf Abuser. It is a great Z-Mon. Yeah, he's got a bit of a fighting weakness between these two, but Latios really, really doesn't care about that. Like, this is the start. I don't like the Mega Latios, or Latios. I don't like the Mega Latios on this if I was building this Sand team, but that's because I have a different Mega Dragon that I like better with Sand teams, but like, this is a solid start to a Sand team. A team that can function in and out of Sand, just putting Excadrill right here.
Yeah, I like Excadrill paired with T-Star. I'm not personally the biggest fan of Sand. I just think there are other play styles that are... I'm not a big fan of Weather in general. So you could probably see how I feel about the Gen 5 metagame, but yeah, Excadrill is really scary. When I did have Sand, Excadrill was my kills leader. This thing is really hard to switch into. If this thing sets up a Swords Dance, it's game over. And what I do like about it is it doesn't have to be in Sand to be successful. Mold Breaker Excadrill is also really scary. And it could set up its own Sand, where you could set up like a
Z Sandstorm.
Like again, Z Sandstorm, and then run with Sand Force, so you don't even need the Swords Dance boost.
Yep.
And your dual stabs just hit so hard.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So, you don't like Weather? You want to just take that dagger you stabbed in my chest and twist it a little harder? I love running. I love running Weather teams. Like, they're my favorite. I've run Rain. I've run Sleet. I want to try running Sand. Like, Weather is my favorite thing to run. I don't know. It's a soft spot for me. I am the Weather gamer after all. But
you are the Weather gamer. I was about to say.
Moving on, back on his wheel, he picks up Snorlax. Again, fighting weakness. I don't necessarily like how many fighting weaknesses he's picking up, because it's forcing Latios to do a lot of work. Snorlax is very good. Curse Lax, Recycle Lax. There's a Last Resort set that I can't think of off the top of my head. Like, once Lax gets on a roll, it can be very, very good. But it's another fighting weakness.
Yeah, I really like Snorlax. I'm not sure I like it on this team. It does get some really nice coverage. It's really fat. Like, taking down a Snorlax is no easy feat. It gets 2 really useful abilities and Thick Fat, so it can either take ice and fire hits, or Gluttony, so it can run like a belly drum sweeper set. I really like Snorlax, but then again, this team is really fighting weak, so I'm not sure. Like, any fighting type with Ice Punch is going to really give this team issues.
You mean Mega Gallade and Mega Metacham? Like,
or Conkeldurr, or
yeah, the list goes on.
Lucario, or Toxicroak, or Hitmonchan. Like,
yeah, Fox definitely needs to get some fighting immunities or fighting resists, like ASAP. So, speaking of fighting immunities, probably one of the best, Cresselia here with Rye. So, Rye now has a lot of stupid bulk on his team, and Clefable, Buzzwole, and Cresselia. Cresselia can Healing Wish pass to Garchomp, so Clefable doesn't have to carry Wish every single week. Cresselia is literally the mon that never dies, if people are not careful about it. Subtoxic, Calm Mind, it just goes and goes and goes, and will not die.
Oh, Moonduck. Oh, Moonduck. I love this thing. My first ever 6-0 in Draft League was a Calm Mind Cresselia sweep. It is just such a pain to deal with. It is so fat. And sweep teams, it gets Healing Wish. Well, let's be honest, you're going to run Lunar Dance over Healing Wish, but I mean, they're the same move, so it really doesn't matter. Gets reliable recovery in Moonlight. Gets some solid coverage options in Moonblast. And it gets Shadow Ball. I really love Cresselia, and I really hate that Raya's got it, because, jeez, this team is getting really bulky really quick.
Yeah. So, moving on, we have Mega Sharpedo for Zaverb. Okay, I love Mega Sharpedo more when it's in this type of format where you don't have to first turn Mega. I don't like it where you have to first turn Mega. It just becomes useless in my mind. Being able to steal that speed boost and then Mega Evolving is just so clutch. And I've seen people that bring this thing like on a weekly basis, and they'll protect first turn, then Mega to get the speed boost. And then there's one time that they Swords Dance instead of Protect, because they've protected all season. And everybody thinks, oh, they're just going to protect. They're just going to protect. And so we can get into our check. Nope, they Swords Dance on you, get the speed boost. Then they Mega, then they kill you. You have nothing that takes that at all. Like, this thing can be stupidly good. And it pairs really nicely, I think, with Jirachi by taking care of some of that ground weakness, and pairs really well with Breloom by just being an absolute monster with Psychic Fangs and that sort of thing.
Yeah, what I think is interesting about this is last season Zaverb had a regular Sharpedo. So it's a mon he's kind of familiar with. Mega Sharpedo definitely is a lot better now that it doesn't have to that we don't have to Mega first turn. So it can just protect, get the speed boost. Strong Jaw boosted Crunch is no joke. It hits so hard. Yeah, I really like Sharpedo. I'm not sure how I like it on this team, to be honest. But I do think this is a solid squad. I will say, this team is a little Bolt Beam weak right now.
Yeah. So, to correct myself, it wasn't Swords Dance, because this thing actually doesn't get Swords Dance. I forgot about that. It was actually Focus Energy is what it did. It Focus Energied instead of Protected, which a crit in my mind was like, oh god, he Swords Danced. But yeah, I just Sean pointed that out. I wanted to correct it real quick. So, but yeah, this thing, he is Bolt Beam weak, but I think he'll take care of it. So, Registeel. Oh God, this
All
thing
right.
is bulky as all hell. Like, it's a very, very reliable stealth rock setter, so Diancie doesn't have to do it. T-Waves to slow things down. Like, it's just going to absorb so much hits. Zapdos is kind of being forced right now to cover for the ground weakness, though, because Diancie and Registeel don't like earthquakes. This thing takes the steel hits for Diancie, though. Like, I don't know. It's a good mon. Is round 4 a little early for it? I kind of think so, but...
I don't mind it in round 4. It's the best tier 4 probably in the league. And you say Zapdos doesn't want to take Earth as his Earthquake answer. Celebi actually takes Earthquakes really well. But no, Registeel, very reliable hazard setter. Very bulky wall. It's a little passive, which is the one knock I think I have on it. But I do like his team right now. It's a little fire weak outside of Mecha Diancie, but I think he's off to a very interesting start. And he's also on his way to a very interesting Steel Dragon Fairy Core with Mega Diancie and Registeel. I'll be curious where he goes for his dragon. So,
yeah.
Interesting start so far for Fantify.
You and Nasty Bat.
Oh, Crobat. Yes. Crobat has been very high for me on the want to draft list for a very long time. 130 base speed is really nice. It's one of the most reliable defoggers in the game, so that really helps Victini. It's got U-turn, it gets some utility with Taunt and Super Fang. I can run Nasty Bat and try to set up sweep. I could be that guy and try to run Cross Poison for Poison Stab. I don't know why, but I can. No, but Brave Bird spam could also be really nice. Again, flying resists are surprisingly few and far in between. So I really like getting Crobat on this team. I think Crobat plus Victini makes for a lot of really interesting pivot options.
Yeah, I hope at some point this season I get to see a sharp beak Brave Bird out of you. That would be pretty funny in my mind. Just like as a meme or something.
I can't make any guarantees, but Sharp Beak boosted Brave Bird would hit really hard. So
Alolan Muck for Saint. Alolan Muck is a very, very good pursuit trapper, especially with Poison Touch. If you can pull off a Poison Touch off of a pursuit trap, that is very, very good. It is very, very stupidly defensive. You can set up curses very, very quickly. You could run an AV Muck. I've seen AV Mucks a couple of times. Good knockoff spammer, poison type spam. Helps protect the knockoff on Latios a little bit. Like, I don't know. It's a good mon. I just wish I knew how to use it better.
I really like Alolan Muck. It is really bulky. Like, whether it's the Cursed Recycle set or an Assault Vest variant, this thing is very difficult to kill. You need like a really powerful ground type to kind of break through it. I will say this team is getting a little Edgequake weak. Latios can eat up. Latios is immune to Earthquake and doesn't mind taking a Stone Edge, but the other three are all either weak to Earthquake or Stone Edge, so that'll be something Saint needs to think about moving forward.
Yeah, Edgequake is definitely going to be a very, very big issue for him. right now. Hey, there's Cobalion, the mon I forgot about. So, Cobalion continues Shadow's, like, ability to just pivot all around. Shadow, I swear to God, if you lock up playoffs and you don't meme by bringing nothing but Volt Switch and U-turn 1 week, I'm going to be very, very disappointed in you. Like, very, very, very disappointed in you. Cobalion does have Volt Turn capabilities with Volt Switch. It's a good stealth rocker, very good steal and fighting spammer, very good. It can double dance just like Terrakion. It can set up very well there. Good Z crystals. Like, I don't know. I personally don't like it. I don't really care for it as a mon, from my experience using it, but I know it's a very, very good mon.
Yeah, I usually prefer Lucario over Cobalion. Cobalion's certainly faster, which helps a lot. It's got good physical defense. It can go physical or special. I most of the time see it physical, but it can be special. It's a stealth rocker, so that helps. But I do like Cobalion. I will say Shadow is going to have a Shadow at this point has got 3 excellent Z users, because this is another good Z user. Corkscrew Crasher, All Out Pummeling, or even Continental Crush off this thing is really not fun to deal with.
Yep. It's definitely good. So, moving on, Koff Egregious. God, this is another stupidly defensive mon for this team. Like, Koff, Gliscor, and Latios is just such a solid defensive core. Mummy is a very good ability, because it basically neuters anything that touches it. Just watch out for like an SD Fling Iron Ball from a Hawlucha. That might hurt. But yeah, it's also a very good trick room user. Like, you very easily could trick room Nasty Plot and then go. I've been on the receiving end of that. But yeah, Koff is a very good mon in my mind. Very good defensive mon.
Yeah, I really like Pythagoras. One I feel like I've drafted a lot, which is kind of surprising for me, but it's really fat. Shadow Ball is really nice. It's an awesome Trick Room sweeper if you can get up a Nasty Plot as well. I really like Pythagoras, and I think it does fit Connor's team actually pretty well. It gives him an interesting niche. I'm not sure if I like it as a tier 3, but it is a very good mon, so I definitely see where Connor was coming from here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those borderline tier 3, tier 4 type things, but... Nincada's Ferrothorn. So, I don't see how this fits his team. I know Ferrothorn's a very, very good mon. It's very good at setting up hazards and having spikes and rocks. Can be very annoying with a sub-seed set. Obviously, Power Whip hits very hard. Gyro Ball is good for slow things, but I don't know where it fits on the team other than being another edge defender. Kind of, it doesn't necessarily appreciate Earthquake, but it can live the Earthquake type of thing.
Oh, see, I see exactly where Sean's coming from here. This is going to be his best fairy switch in.
That's true.
Now, he needed, I think, something... I mean, Scolipede can live a fairy hit. It doesn't want to have to do it constantly. Ferrothorn can take fairy hits all day. It gives him... it also gives him another rocker, gives him another spiker. Leech Seed's really valuable. He could T-Wave. So yeah, I like this pick. I definitely see where Sean was coming from here.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Now that you said Steel Fairy, I totally just blew that for a second. I was like, oh yeah, it's Steel type. Amoonguss. Oh my god, I hate this thing. This thing is annoying. It regens. You can't toxic it. It spores you to death. Puts you to sleep. It can clear smog to keep your hazard setters from, or your setup sweepers from really going to town. I don't know. It's a bulky, annoying mon, and I almost wish it was still in tier 2 where I think it belongs at times.
Yeah, I really like Amoonguss. It has some fun utility to go with Spore. Clear Smog is one of my favorite moves to run on this, and you can stop setup sweeping, Giga Drain, it gets foul play. It actually is a surprisingly good Assault Vest user. I would like to see maybe if he can get another Regenerator Mon with it, but no, I think Amoonguss fits really nicely on this team, and I really like the pick here from Spies.
Yep. Aquatic with Alo Momola. God, I hate saying that thing. I hate this Mon. I don't want to talk about it. If anyone wants to know why I hate it, go check out APA Season 1, my last game. This plus Mega Aggron just destroyed me. I don't like it. It is a very good bulky water and a very good Wish Passer, though.
Yeah, I really like Alomomola as well. Reliable Wish Passer. It is a little too passive for me. It could also be a little bit of setup fodder. So I'm not the biggest fan of Alomomola as far as bulky waters go, but it is certainly really fat, and it's going to pass really nice wishes into Zygarde. So I do like that pick to go with Aquatic's team right now.
Yeah, just imagine this thing sitting in front of Mega Aggron, toxicking you, and then passing a Wish. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I don't like Alomomola, but it's not a bad Mon. Incineroar for Inkay. Very good Assault Vest user, very good Intimidate user. I know that this was a major snipe here for somebody, so I'm just going to go ahead and play with it, but it's a very good Mon, very good Tier 3 Mon. Like I said, being able to have yourself AV Intimidate basically makes you a very good defensive wall. And it does have priority in Fake Out. Trying to think there was something else that it does very well that pairs very nicely with Coco, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I'm totally drawing a blank on the other thing with it.
Crap, I can't read either. But yeah, I really like Incineroar, another U-turner. I think it's an underrated Z-Mon. It gets its Incinium Z, whatever that move, Malicious Moonsault. Flare Blitz off this thing hits really hard. This was something that's gotten better as the generation got along. Like, ever since they gave it Intimidate, ever since its Intimidate got released, it's been so much better. So
yeah, it was the U-turn. That was the thing I was trying to remember. It U-turns with Coco Volt switching.
Yeah.
Sean says it has access to both Nasty Plot and Swords Dance.
That does sound correct now that I think about it. I believe it does get access to both. Yeah, Incineroar's got a lot of fun options. I really like this one. I also really like this pick for Inkay.
Yeah, it fits very well. Boston Red Sox. Oh god, they got the ultimate counter to Alolan Ninetales. And this is just beautiful to me to have this paired. Yes, he is Edgequake. Or not Edgequake. He's very... Oh, yeah, he is Edgequake weak. But very, very Quake weak right now. Interaction and Heatran. Heatran is beautiful to pair with Alolan Ninetales. You put it behind Veil. It can go and do some work. Great Z-Crystal user. The big key thing, it resists those Steel-type hits, which Ninetales absolutely doesn't appreciate. Terrakion doesn't appreciate, and it's Flash Fire, which Ninetales really, really appreciates as well. It's also Steel type, no Poison type hits. Like, this and Ninetales are just a beautiful couple to me.
Heatran's interesting. I do kind of like it on this team, but then again, I also kind of don't, because I feel like his team's a little fighting weak. His team's a little Edgequake weak, and I feel like this doesn't help that. And I feel like he's going to have a lot of defensive pressure right now in Mega Latias. But the Steel Dragon Fairy core is real, so...
Yeah, it's I don't know. Again, drinking the Alolan Ninetales Kool-Aid, but... Donphan. Okay, outside of Empoleon, I think this is the best Tier 3 Stealth Rocker in the game. I love Donphan. That's sturdy, you're guaranteed your rocks. You're guaranteed to get a rapid spin-off if you want to, or if you have to do that. It has good priority in Ice Shard. People forget that this thing gets Ice Shard sometimes. It does have a very interesting move pool with things like Seed Bomb, Gunk Shot. It does get Play Rough. Obviously Edgequake, like Donphan rolling out.
This was a snipe. I really wanted Donphan. I was really not pleased to see when this thing got sniped. Can we get the B on the screen?
The B's on. Yeah, the B's on the screen. It was on the screen.
There's the B. There's the B. This pick made me so mad. I really wanted Donphan. It is a really reliable rapid spinner. I think it also helps with some of his bulk issues with Lopunny and Weavile. Granted, he doesn't resist fighting, but it certainly can take fighting hits really easily. So
and then fire off
I think
that
it's a good
rough.
pick for. Yeah, I think it's a good pick for Shy Guy.
Yeah. Oh, God damn it, I'm half tempted to just like skip the rest of Acorn's draft and just throw them on the screen and move on, because we all know what he's doing. He's building bulk. That's literally all he's doing. Umbreon, like, outside of Vaporeon and Alomomola, Umbreon is probably the next best Wish Passer in Tier 3. It can Heal Bell, it to Cleric things, so no burns, no Toxics, even though he's already got two things that just sponge Toxics. Wish passing all over the place. Baton, it could curse Baton Pass if it wanted to, because negative speed pass is allowed. Like, I've seen Curse White Herb run with it just to pass something. Like, I don't know. It's bulky. It does what it needs to do, and Acorn is just building like the ultimate bulk. It's another taunt weak use. No, because that's Prankster I'm thinking of. It is weak to taunt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, last season, first week of the season, I was well on my way to victory, and then Zaver brought out a Curse, Wish, Heal Bell, and Payback Umbreon, and it nearly swept me. Yep. I had to win by PP stall. I PP stalled it. That's how I killed it. Like, I got it all the way to struggle.
Yep, Umbreon is nasty.
But no, I hate battling this thing. If you have this thing, I actually really enjoy it having it. I just don't like battling it. It's just Acorn needs to stop.
Yes, he does. Volcarona for Clem. Volcarona is a very potent setup sweeper. Once it gets off Quiver Dance, like, it can just go to town. It's 4 times weak to Rock, which means Stealth Rocks basically neuter this thing, but it does get Giga Drain, so Water types and Rock types can't really switch in reliably, especially after a Quiver Dance. Toss in a Hidden Power, you're pretty well done and good. He's got 2 Defoggers already, so it's not like he has to worry about Defog. He's got Tapu Fini, so he doesn't have to worry about getting Parad or Toxic or anything. So he's built very nicely around it, so Volcarona's not trapped on an island trying to come in at 50% every time.
Yeah, I really like Volcarona. With Quiver Dance, this thing is scary. Gets some nice coverage along with it gets its Dual Stabs, it gets grass coverage, it gets Psychic coverage, it gets Hurricane. You wanna be that guy, but I do really like Volcarona, and this team is getting very scary. A little rock weak, but it is very scary.
Yeah. But he picks Reuniclus to come on the backside of it. Reuniclus doesn't really care about rocks because it can run the Magic Guard ability. Reuniclus is a very good Trick Room sweeper. Can set Trick Room itself. it's also just a nightmare. 125 special attack. Hits extremely hard. Life Orb, no recoil damage. Like, it's a very potent Mon. It's a regen Mon for a potential regen core. And has reliable recovery in Recover. It's just slow, is the problem.
Yeah, I love Reuniclus. This thing gets Trick Room up. It's very hard to kill. It's so bulky. It hits so hard. The only real negative is you kind of have to rely on Focus Blast, but no, I really like Reuniclus, and I think this does kind of help mitigate some of the issues on this team. So, and another status absorber I feel like is really nice. So if Feeney's Misty Terrain goes away, that it has something else that can soak up status.
Yeah. It does pair pretty nicely with his team. God damn it! Why? You have Umbreon! You don't need this. At all. Period. It's not gonna Wish Pass for you. Is it literally there so Pex and Steela don't get run over by Electric Stab? You have Mega Venusaur right there. It can sponge those hits. You're just adding another Earthquake weakness to yourself. But why? It doesn't even figure...
I don't mind... Well, here's what it does do. It does give him some sort of offensive pivot. It gets him an easier time switching into your walls. So you can like lead with this, just Volt Switch into whatever his lead is, and then just go into the whatever wall matches up best with it. And he needs something offensive. He can't just draft 11 fat Mons. So, yeah. I don't detest this pick.
It doesn't even fit with his speed tiers, like 130 compared to his next fastest thing, which I think is Steela at 65, or maybe that's Umbreon at 65. Venusaur's only, I think, base 70.
Venusaur's base 80, so Venusaur's actually his next fastest Mon.
Okay, so, like, it is so easy to just abuse his speed right there. Like, he needed something not named Jolteon that was 1.5 miles faster than anything on his team. Hell, as Spies said, even Espeon would have been better here, because Espeon's only 110. But, whatever. I don't understand why he picked this on top of all the bulk. Whatever, Acorn is just a little under my skin, but... Oh, Shy, you paired Donphan with the best defogger. He's got the best rocker and the best defogger out of Tier 3. And young Newt. Or no, this is King Newt, if I remember correctly. God, Empoleon is just such a good... It's a reliable defogger, especially with the fact that it gets Defiant. So if it sets rocks, he can just switch this in on someone trying to defog away. Bam, he's got +2 and just goes to town with Aqua Jet or whatever he wants. Can run special with Flash Cannon. Like, I don't know. I love Empoleon. I think it's a really great Tier 3, and it pairs beautifully with Donphan. The only issue is he has just added another fighting weakness to this team.
Yeah, I like Empoleon. It is, again, another fighting weakness isn't great, but it's a 4-time Steel Resist for Sylveon that's really nice. It's a Poison immunity for Sylveon, so those two pair really well together. Again, little fighting weak, not great, but I do think Empoleon's a nice option for his team.
Yep. Hey, there's Vaporeon. I'm surprised. I guess it's because he had Toxapex that he went Umbreon over Vaporeon. Because Vaporeon would have been a great Wish Passer right there, but whatever. It's Acorn. I'm not... Anyways, this helps with his Edgequake weakness. It doesn't completely eliminate it, but it does help the Edgequake weakness very, very well. Vaporeon does everything that Umbreon does, but better in my mind because it's fatter. It's got water absorb, so D-Train and Terrakion don't necessarily have to worry about getting caught by water-type hits. I don't know. I like Vaporeon. I like it on this team.
Yeah, Vaporeon's probably the bulky water I've drafted the most. Wish Pass is really nice. Against good Scald. I've actually ran a Choice Specs Vaporeon once because it's got, surprisingly, the move pool to pull off a Choice Specs variant. No, I like Vaporeon. I do like it on this team as well. I think it relieves some of the defensive pressure on Megalodios, so... yeah, good pick.
Roserade, I'm going to defer to you because I know nothing about this other than the fact that it sets T-Spikes, absorbs T-Spikes, and is Technician boosted hidden powers. That's really all I know about this mon.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like Roserade. Its move pool is really big. Gets everything from Shadow Ball to Dazzling Gleam to Extrasensory. It gets the hidden powers, Leaf Storm, Sludge Bomb, can set Toxic Spikes. Surprisingly fast. It's a really good Scarfer. It's a really good Assault Vest user. I actually don't like to run the Technician variant. I usually like to run Natural Cure. So it's a good status absorber. No, I really like Roserade, and I believe it gets spikes as well. It may just get Toxic Spikes, but I think it gets spikes. Yeah, its flying weakness is covered well by Tapu Koko, so I think it's an interesting Water, Fire, Grass core of Roserade and Cineroar Suicune. It's really bulky, so...
Yeah. Tapu Bulu. Okay, I'm going to clear this now because I made this mistake earlier, and I think now I've had 7 people tell me this. I did not realize that Thousand Arrows does not give a damn about grassy terrain. I thought all ground-based moves were halved by grassy terrain. Turns out it's Earthquake, Bulldoze, and like the Shake Magnitude. That's it. Those are the ones. So my bad. 100% my bad. I don't like Bulu at all. I think it's good, but because there's no physical fairy move, it doesn't get play rough. I think it is probably the worst of the Tapus. Grassy terrain is not always great because you're giving your opponent leftovers. Yes, grassy terrain with Zygarde is going to be very nice because it's going to allow it to live hits. The grass stab spam is also very good. The bulk up set, very good. Choice banded set, very good. I personally just don't like Bulu, and that's, I don't know, that's why I don't care for it on this team.
I'm sort of indifferent on Bulu. Woodhammer hits really hard off this thing. It gets solid coverage with things like Superpower and Stone Edge and Zen Headbutt. But yeah, it really wishes it could get play rough. Or even, can it get like, can they come up with a Fairy Punch for this thing? Pixie Punch? That could be helpful.
Gen 8 better correct this issue.
Bulu is also, I think, surprisingly fat. Sean mentioning in the chat that it does get Leech Seed, plus the terrain helps its longevity, plus Horn Leech if you don't want to run Woodhammer. So it can be bulky. A 4 times poison weakness isn't great, especially where poison types now more than ever, I feel like, are all over the place. But I'm sort of indifferent. I do think Aquatic needed this because he needed some sort of nuke on his team.
Yeah. I mean, I have run Assault Vested Bulu before. I know it can be bulky, but I don't know. Just don't care for it, so... Oh, God. This thing brings night... I mean, I have this thing on a team right now, but this thing just brings up nightmares. This is probably the best Wish Pass... To me, this is probably the best Wish Passer. This thing is bulky. It can freely Wish Pass. It can Aromatherapy. It can drop Toxics. It can Moonblast. Like, Florges is just, to me, one of the premier Wish Passers and premier Fairy types. outside the fact that, yes, it can very, very, very easily be abused by taunt and by setup fodder because it can be very passive at times.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the best Wish Passer in the game. I think it's kind of low HP stat, kind of holds that back. But it does pass wishes very easily. And it does help this team a lot, being that fairy type, to help with, God, there was something on his team that I felt like he was
Crook and Ape. Crook and Ape. Yeah, Crook and Ape definitely needed this.
Yeah, and also it's a solid knockoff switch in as well. So, and you never know, I could see this thing running like Calm Mind with Psychic and Energy Ball.
Why is this thing not a grass type?
I've seen. Like, I don't know, but I don't mind it because it doesn't need to be 4 times weak to something.
4 times a week. Well, fire, poison. Yeah, it'd be Bulu again. Yeah, I don't know. The amount of grass it gets, it should be grass fairy. But anyways, and I see Spies saying, "Get ready for some Specs Florigis." You bring Specs Florigis, I'll put you number 1 at power rankings. And you win. You have to win with that. Ninkata's drafting Rotom Heat. Again, I swear he is drafting half of Shadow's WWC Season 2 team. Like, Rotom Heat with Hydreigon is just a very, very nice anti-Quake response. Takes those fire hits for Ferrothorn very nicely. It is a good defogger, very good Z Crystal abuser by giving it Firium Z. Like, I don't know, it's a very, very good Mon, and outside, I think it's the second best. I personally think Rotom Wash is the best, and then this thing is definitely second best.
Yeah, I really like Rotom Heat. Another 4 times Fairy Resist, that helps. He's on his way to a very nice Water Fire Grass Core with Ferrothorn. I think this and Ferrothorn pair really well together. This thing can be run defensively. I've run offensive Rotom Heat before as well, and it's pretty good offensive there as an offensive mon, just because Fire and Electric are such good types together. Yeah, I really like Rotom Heat. I really like this pick for Sean.
Yep, and it can trick if need be, so there's that. Mienshao. Okay, again, I'm going to have to defer to you on this one, because the only thing I really know about Mienshao is it's 105 speed, making it a decent Scarfer, and the fact that it has regen.
Yeah, if you learn anything, learn that Reckless boosted high jump kick is stupidly powerful. And this thing's high jump kick is just... It can really just nuke entire teams, as long as it doesn't miss. It's another U-turner, which is really nice. Gets Poison Jab, gets Stone Edge, be that guy and run Bounce Mienshao with Power Herb.
I think
I really
just
like Mienshao.
that set. Go look at the chat. Shadow
Acrobatic
won.
Strain Punch.
No.
Acrobatic Strain Punch, yeah.
No. He
Sub
had his...
SD Acro HJK Blackberry. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's gross. So, okay,
yeah, this
so
thing...
Mienshao can pull shenanigans then. Cool. Alright, so Shadow with Whimsicott. Again, if people at this point in the draft hadn't figured out what Shadow was going to do, y'all are stupid. Like, seriously. Can you not see what Shadow is doing here? I already can tell you what he's doing, but Whimsicott is extremely fast. It has Prankster, so it can get off Tailwind. It can get off... I believe it can defog. I don't remember if it can or not. Yeah, 4 times weak to Poison. Not great, but he's got a Cobalion sitting there that doesn't really care. It can be stupidly annoying with a sub-seed set. It can set up all over people. Just spam Giga Drain and Moonblast, but... yeah, it's a very good mon, and it fits very nicely on this team in my mind.
Yeah, I'm. The only words I have to say about this thing are "fuck Whimsicott." I hate this thing so much.
You know, it's a really good thing that I don't.
I hate it so much.
Yeah, it's a really good thing I'm not monetized on YouTube because we can freely do this.
I hate this thing.
Yeah, it's the only thing that makes me laugh about it is beep beep, I'm a sheep. That's literally the only funny thing I get out of it at times. Metagross. Metagross for Saint. Metagross is a very good Mon when used correctly. Bullet Punch is great, especially if you can get a Swords Dance off. Don't sleep on Agility, Double Dancing Metagross. He is very, very, very Quake weak right now. It's unbelievable how easy it would be for someone to just spam Earthquake. Latios and Pinsir, once Mega'd, are the only two things that can stand a chance at Earthquaking. And most of the time, Earthquakers are going to carry a Stone Edge or some sort of rock coverage, so Latios is getting a lot of pressure right now to deal with Earthquake.
Yeah, and on top of that, he's also now starting to get a little knockoff weak. Alolan Muck and Pinsir don't mind it as much, but Zera Aura doesn't want to lose its item. Latios and Metagross don't either. I don't know. I'm not the world's biggest Metagross fan. Mega Metagross is stupid broken, but regular Metagross,
Don't give any of the PCF coaches that are also in WWC any ideas, because we're running Ubers and Mega Metagrosses there. Don't give them any ideas. It's the last thing I need is Shadow with Mega Metagross.
Mega Metagross is so good.
Yeah. You want to talk about Thunder Kitty?
Think of things that are so good. Yes, Thundercat. I've lost to this to know how powerful this thing can be. Calm Mind Raikou is so good. Got solid coverage. It's really fast, 115 speed. Fits nicely in between where Kartana is and where Crobat is. So I think it helps with my speed tiers. Volt gets good Volt Switch. It can be more defensive with like a Pressure, Stall, Toxic set. I really like Raikou. I've seen it run successfully. I actually have drafted it before and used it well before as well. So I'm excited to see what I can do with the Electric Cat.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely a good mon. Mamoswine. This thing is also very good. Like, Life Orb Mamo put in work.
I hate battling this thing, and I was terrible when I drafted this thing. So, but yeah, Ice Shard is so valuable. Ice and Ground as stabs is terrifying. Plus, it gets knockoff. It's a semi-reliable stealth rocker. Gets Stone Edge. You could be that guy and also run Freeze Dry for if you're really worried about some water types. So no, I do like the pick. And it does also fit his team pretty nicely. He's, Mamo's weak to fighting. Celebi and Zapdos don't really care about fighting hits. Again, yeah, Mamoswine and Celebi actually pair really well together now looking at it. So
yeah, it's a very good pair.
I do like Mamo.
Dragalge for Zaverb. Okay. Again, T-Spiker, good AVer. Stupid slow at 44. Poison and Dragon spam, so doesn't take too much from Fairy, but that's about all I got.
Yeah, it spams Draco. It spams Sludge Wave. I'll be curious to see if he tries to run like Jirachi with Trick Room, try to help this thing out a little bit. But this thing nukes very hard. With Choice Specs, it just, it's going to kill something if it's in with Choice Specs with its stabs. It also gets Scald, so if you want to run like a slightly more defensive variant, you can.
That's true. Swellow for Rye. I know Swellow has Guts, which makes it a good Flame Orb user. Like Guts, Swords Dance, Quick Attack, what switches into that. I know it's Scrappy Boom Burst is another set, or Specs Boom Burst with Scrappy, so you can hit Ghost types. And obviously get through subs. I know it's fast at 125. Not really sure what else there is with it. And I see Spies saying that there was a snipe right here. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's time to bring out the B. No, I like Swallow. Wish you got Hurricane. Its flying stab on the special side is going to be Air Slash. I think its special set is, at this point, better than its physical set, just because Boom Burst is that spammable. But Swallow fills an interesting spot on this team. Not sure how I feel about it fitting in. I feel like he did need another special attacker, but I'm not. Well, was Swallow the best option? I don't know. So we'll see going forward.
It's kind of it's his only defogger too right now. So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And Primarina for Fox to finish out round 5. I hate this Mon. I know it's extremely good. And I see another snipe there. We got the B out here. I know it's an extremely good Specs user and extremely good Assault Vest user. I hate this Mon's design. It's ugly. I don't like it. But competitively, it's a good Mon.
No, I love this thing. And I love this design. I was Team Poplio all the way for Gen 7. I still am Team Poplio. No, I love Primarina. Specs Moonblast and Specs Hydro Pump are stupid powerful off this thing. It also helps with this fighting weakness. Granted, this thing is pretty frail on the physical side, but it's a little slow, but it does get Aqua Jet. You can run Aqua Jet on this thing. I've done it before. It's not great. But yeah, Specs is really good. AV Scarf. It's actually a very good Scarfer. So no, I like Primarina with this pick.
And he goes ahead and wheels it with Darmanitan, of all things. Darmanitan, I really like. It's a very good choice bander, very good choice Scarfer, very good Life Orb, Sheer Force Life Orb, absolute Sheer Force Life Orb Flare Blitz, outside of like a very, very stupidly bulky water type or a Flash Fireman. What wants to really check into a Sheer Force Life Orb Flare Blitz? It can U-turn to pivot. Like, I don't know. This is just a really good breaker in my mind.
Yeah, all I'm going to add with this is, Fox, please run Zen Mode Darmanitan once this season. Please. That's all I ask.
I want to see it. I want to see the Zen Mode Darmanitan. Let's do it. Alright, so Rye coming back and get Tentacruel. Pretty decent bulky water. It's good hazard control because it can set T-Spikes. It absorbs T-Spikes. Doesn't take a lot from rocks. It rapid spins if it wants to be defensive. Obviously can run Scald sets. Really doesn't care too much outside of like a Psychic hit or a electric hit, which Garchomp will take the electric hit no problem, and Cresselia doesn't care about Psychic type hits.
Yeah, I do like how this pairs with on his team. Toxic Spikes will be nice. It's a reliable rapid spinner. I've actually run this thing as an Assault Vest user, and it's actually a pretty good AV user. With like a Sludge Bomb, Scald, Ice Beam, it gets Giga Drain. It gets some interesting coverage. So, no, I like Tentacruel. It's not my pick as far as bulky waters go, but it is a very good mon. So,
yeah. Zaverb taking Slurpuff. I have a love-hate relationship with Slurpuff. I hate it as a mon competitively. I love it as a mon conceptually because, like, one of my best friends, and the person who does all the artwork for me, this is their, like, spirit animal. It's very good. Like, there's Webs. Webs Mega Sharpedo is going to be very clutch. this thing can easily belly drum if given the right opportunity. It can belly drum sweep. Like, belly drum play rough, return drain punch, just goes to town. Like, I don't know. It's a good mon, but competitively I don't care for it.
Yeah, I like Slurpuff. I think it's one of the better physically offensive fairy types. We don't have that many. I think this is one of the better ones. Yeah, webs are going to be really nice for this team. Tornadus T plus webs is a scary proposition. I believe he had this mon last season. So, yeah, I like Slurpuff. I think it's a solid option.
Yeah, it does have Unburden too. Like base, I think it's base 81, 82, might be base 78, I don't remember, but it does have Unburden, which helps, like, webs plus Unburden is another cool thing. Or, again, Unburden, belly drum sweep. Drapion for Fancifying the Slowkings, holy crap. That one struggled. I know this thing sets T-Spikes. I know it absorbs T-Spikes. I know it can Sword Stance up. Has coverage and things such as, like, Aqua Tail. Not really sure what else it does besides that, though.
Yeah, really reliable knockoff user. I have a funny Drapion story where one time I was facing this on the Gen 6 UU ladder, and it was setting up acupressures, and I thought it was about to sweep me. And then I go into my Mega Aggron, which just happened to have Dragon Tail, and the first time I tried to attack it with Dragon Tail, I actually landed it, which its evasion, I believe, was maxed out, and Dragon Tail's not even 100% accurate, and I just laughed. That was a fun time. I miss those days.
Yeah, those
were the Gen 6 UU ladder.
Yep. Your Gligar, God, this is like the second best thing to Gly score, in my opinion.
This was me making up for Donphan. I really wanted Donphan, and the Donphan sweep, I was looking, I was like, alright, what's the next best thing? And I decided it was Gligar, because it's another rocker, it's another hazard remover, so now I've got 3 defoggers, that's a lot. It's also maybe the best Edgequake switch, one of the best Edgequake switches in the game. Like, it does not care about Edgequake at all. Reliable recovery and roost. It can't be toxic, which is really nice. No, I think Gligar's a mon that's gotten, Gen 7, I think we've had the renaissance of Gligar, so.
Definitely, and it definitely makes up for, even missing out on Gliscor, even. Like, Eviolite plus this thing is just stupidly bulky.
Yeah.
Hey, there's my favorite guy, Shaman. I love Shaman personally. I know so many people hate Shaman because, you know, you miss a Seed Flare, your game's pretty well shot. Just get a non-blind Shaman like I have, but I don't know. Shaman's a very, very good Stally type mon, natural cure. It sponges statuses for you. I've run Sub-Seed Synthesis, which is just stupidly annoying for people. Or Sub-Seed Toxic is another set that's run with it. It does have access to things like, I believe it gets D-Gleam, I know it gets Earth Power, so it's got basically the same kind of coverage that Celebi does, just without that Psychic typing. You mainly just have to worry about missing a Seed Flare, but if you treat your Shaman correctly and you scratch behind the flower where it likes to be pet, your Shaman will never miss a Seed Flare.
Is that the secret now?
Yes.
I didn't know that was the secret. Was jeez. Yeah, Shaman. It just Seed Flare is just. Whenever I think of this mon, I think of back in the UCL when Nexus faced He Who Must Not Be Named and single-handedly lost the game on a Seed Flare miss.
Yeah, Boards is over there like chewing my ass out for my love of Shaman. I'm sorry, I have had more luck with Shaman than I have with Celebi. That's why I prefer Shaman, and it fits this team. Gives him a nice edge resist. Like, it doesn't patch that issue up.
It gives him a quake resist, which is really
that's
what he
I
needed.
meant. Yeah, quake. Yeah. So, anyways, God, Shadow, stop, Necro. Oh my God, Necro is just annoying. I've been 6-0. Yeah, how did Necrozma make it all the way to round 6?
I don't know. I love Necrozma. Necrozma is really good. Photon Geyser is an awesome base power stab move. Its coverage is off the charts. You can run the it's a good, what's the move? Stored power. It's a good stored power user.
Don't start with me on stored powered Necrozma. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it about stored powered Necro. I literally, the last time I made a playoff match in any league I've ever been in, I got 6-0'd by Necro. Stored powered Necro. It iron defensed. I don't remember. See, I don't even remember it because I blocked it so hard. I know it had Moonlight. I know it had stored powered. I'm pretty sure it was iron defense. Might have been Calm Mind. One or the other. And then I think it was iron defense. I think it was both Calm Mind and iron defense. I had no dark type. That thing just straight up 6-0'd me. I was so angry I didn't even post the video. And that's the last time I've ever made playoffs.
Jeez.
I hate Necro.
Giant oof.
I hate Necro.
Yeah. Yeah, Necro's awesome. I really like this pick, and God, my week 1's not going to be fun. Facing
no, you're pretty well screwed.
I'm already.
So
this isn't going to be a fun proposition.
Yep. Jingle jingle the keys. We have Klefki for Connor. I don't understand this pick. Why would you double up on your Fairy Steel type? Yes, I know they do two different things. Like, this one has Prankster, can set you spikes, can set rocks, can set up screens very, very easily. But pairing it with Mega Mawile, I don't understand.
Yeah, I hate this pick. I had Klefki and Cofagrigus last year, both on the same team. Spoiler alert, I brought Cofagrigus more than I brought Klefki. I brought Klefki 3 times last season. Like, that should tell you everything. Like, I just don't think it's that good. Yeah, it sets spikes, and it's bulky, but it doesn't get reliable recovery. It gets worn down pretty easily. And I have no idea why he drafted this with Mega Mawile. Like, I actually have no idea.
Spies is saying set screens and spikes for Mawile. Yeah, okay. Latias can set you screens.
That's fair. Like, Latias can set you screens. Koff can set T-spikes. Gliscor can set rocks. Like, and I guess it's a defogger, but I don't know.
It was unnecessary. Mimikyu. Why is this still on the board? For the love of God, why did you guys let Mimikyu stay all the way to round 6? And then give it to Sean, of all people. Like, seriously, you let Sean get this. He has Hydreigon, he has Mega Gallade. The biggest destroyer of those two is Mimikyu, and you just freely let him have Mimikyu.
Mimikyu's so good. Swords Dance plus Let Snuggle Forever is broken. It gets it can heal itself up with either Drain Punch or Leech Life. It gets Woodhammer. I don't know why. I don't see Woodhammer that much on Mimikyu because it usually doesn't need it. Shadow Sneak for priority. If you want to just go all out busted, you could run Z Splash and get to +3 right off the bat. Mimikyu is a really scary threat. And putting it on Sean's team is not an idea that I want to think about, but here it is.
And you have Scolipede because Scolipede will sponge the poison hit. Scolipede's usually one of the few things you can bring in on Mimikyu and not die. Nope. Sean has literally made sure that Mimikyu is going to be protected, and everything that Mimikyu could kill, he already took. Unbelievable that happened. This is really, really scary. I'm glad I don't face this, but... Slowbro, okay. Really, really fat water type. Really, really good regener to pair with a Moongus. Solid defensive. Can be a very good AV user. Just sits there. It really does. It just sits there. It does have interesting coverage, like it gets access to Fire Blast. It does have T-Bolt, I believe.
It doesn't get Thunderbolt.
It's not T-Bolt.
Does get Fire Blast, does not get Thunderbolt.
Okay. I knew it got one or the other. I just couldn't remember if it was both or which. Because I've seen this thing fire off a fire move before. I'm like, what the hell? This thing gets a fire move? It gets Zap Cannon, according to Shadow. I knew it had an electric move. I just couldn't remember which one it was. Zap Cannon Mega Slowbro. What?
Yeah. Also, this is his Regenerator core with Amoonguss. Amoonguss Slowbro is a classic combination, dating back to the days of Gen 5. Really just fat. I like Slowbro. I don't love Slowbro, but I like Slowbro. It can paralyze things with T-Wave. I think it gets Hypnosis too. I think it's one of the few monsters that can try to do any status you can think of.
Yeah.
Gets reliable recovery and slack off. Little knockoff weak, but he's got Crocodile, and I like double psychic. I think double psychic with Mew. I like pairing Mew with another psychic type, so I like this pick for Spies.
Yeah, you majorly roboted there. Like, it just, like, pop, pop, pop,
Wait,
pop,
what
pop,
happened?
Pop, pop. Your voice just went pop, 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 pop as you were talking. Crocodile. Like, it literally just went nuts. That was good. That was almost as bad as Boards when I was recording with him. That was good. Anyways, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Hey, it's Shy's favorite Mon. Shy absolutely loves this Mon. It is a great Mon. Perfect Mon. Nothing wrong with this Mon. This Mon is great. It's the best Mon ever. No. Shy, I promised you. This Mon's ass. There you go, I said it. No, Sneasel's not that great. It's not terrible either. Like, I don't know. It's fast. It does a lot of the same stuff that Weavile does, but I don't know. I don't know. Not really a fan of Sneasel. Personally.
Unpopular opinion, I like Sneasel more than Weavile. And I say that because you're getting... I mean, it's a little weaker. It's a little bit... slightly not as fast. But knockoff spam plus Ice Stab is strong. And it's really cheap. It's a tier 4 or a tier 5. So you're actually probably getting more value out of getting Sneasel than you are out of value of getting Weavile.
Very, very true. But I don't know. That Weavile probably shouldn't be a tier 1 much longer. Like, maybe in Gen 8 it'll finally drop down to Gen 2 where I think it belongs, but unpopular opinion. Whatever. And I'm not trying to shit on Aquatic's team. Like, I have nothing against Aquatic. I just don't like them on, but whatever. Pillow-Swine, slightly less powered Mamoswine. Very reliable Rock Setter, does everything that Mamoswine does, but with an EVO light.
Yeah, type F in the chat for Acorn not getting his beloved Piloswine this season. No, I like Piloswine. I really like it on this team. I actually think it fills a lot of the things that this team needed. I think it needed a Stealth Rocker. Pylo's really good. I really like Piloswine. I kind of almost like it more than Mamoswine. So, no, this is a good pick. Inkay did a good job with this one.
Yeah. Decidueye. I guess Beardy decided he needed a hooter. So, Decidueye actually makes a very interesting fire water grass core. It can be defensive. It's not a flying type, which actually kind of helps it a little bit. Defogs, Spirit Shackle to trap things. Swords Dance Spirit Shackle was obviously something good. Sinister Arrow Raid can come off of it if it wants to be that way. Leaf Blade, Shadow Sneak, like it does what it needs to do as a tier 3 Mon.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad special sweeper either. It gets Nasty Plot. Its special attack is base 100, which is only, I think, 7 or 8 points lower than its attack. Plus, it gets Energy Ball and Shadow Ball, so it actually can be run as a special sweeper as well. Reliable Recovery and Roost. I've used Decidueye before. I actually used Decidueye with Vaporeon before. Yeah, solid pick.
I hate the fact that you stop talking the second I go to type a message in chat. That's like the 4th time. Alright, Goodra. Goodra is... I prefer Goodra on rain teams, to be perfectly honest. I know Goodra is good at Assault Vesting. Like, it's stupidly good at Assault Vesting. It can be good at Choice Band. It does have Sap Sipper, which Donphan and Empoleon both appreciate. But to me, Goodra is better on a rain team just because of that hydration rest situation. But it's not a bad Mon, and I do like it as giving him a pretty solid FDS core.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually kind of like Gooey as my favorite Goodra ability because, you know, its weakest status is defense, and a lot of these defense, like a lot of things are going to try to go for Ice Punch and try to kill it. Well, this at least, you're going to kill me with Ice Punch, now you're also going to have your speed fall, so it's easier to revenge kill you. Goodra gets nice coverage. Goodra to me is a little inconsistent. I want to like Goodra more than I do. But it's fine. It's just not spectacular.
Yeah, it's.
I think honestly, it's probably the worst of the pseudo legends. Maybe Metagross, but Metagross has its Mega. So yeah, this is probably the worst.
Yeah, I love how the fact that I put on a. Oh god, I can't even think of the name of the hat that I'm wearing. Like. The style of it, and everyone thinks I'm gangster now. No, it's just my Team Instinct hat. Like, I've had this for years. I just never wear it on stream because most of the time but my headphones are bothering me. But anyways, fuck this. I'm out. I am so done with Acorn right now. Another Wish Pasture. He can go to hell. I don't even want to talk about it. I know it sets screens. It just makes Jolteon pick look even worse. I'm done. You can talk about it if you want.
Yeah, this does do one valuable thing for his team, and that he no longer just loses to Taunt. Because of Aroma Veil, he can now come in with this thing. It doesn't get taunted, and it could do its shenanigans. Clem had this last season, and it gave me hell. Like, I could not kill this thing. It's surprisingly really tough to take down. Like, you look at its stats, and then you just look at its stats and you go, oh, it's not that impressive. And then you battle it, and it's just so annoying to take down.
It's also Trick Room, which is great for Toxapex and Celesteela and Umbreon. And Spies just said we should call Acorn's team the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He's not wrong. I feel terrible for laughing at that, but... yeah. Yes, Savage, I hate Bulk more than Season 1 of WWC, and if you want to know why, go talk to Shadow. He's the one that made me hate Bulk beyond belief. Absolutely, I hate Bulk because of Shadow. This is a blame Shadow moment. Uh-oh, I did another bad. That's not what he took. Nothing to do here, pay no attention. Okay, why didn't somebody tell me that from the last time that I fixed the slides that I forgot to minimize the slides because they're not full screened anymore? You guys, I thought you were tech support, as Board said. There we go. That's better. Okay. So...
2 words. 1 word. Hashtag blame Shadow.
Yep.
It's another blame Shadow moment.
Anyways, Crawdaunt here for Clem, Tier 3 Crawdaunt is absolutely a steal in my mind. Like, this thing is so good as a Tier 3 mon with its ability to D-dance and everything else it can do. I really, really think Clem got a steal here.
Yeah, this thing doesn't even need to D-dance to be good. Like adaptability boosted Aquajet is nuts. Stab knockoff is really good. Cram Hammer. If you want to go more reliable stab, you can go with Liquidation. I really like this pick. I think it also pairs well with Finny, being... I do like when you have one offensive water, one defensive water, and I think this plus Finny fits really well together. And we'll say his team's a little fighting. Well, it's not too fighting. Like, half his team, it doesn't like fighting types, the other half doesn't really care at all. So, yeah, I think this is a good pick.
Yeah. Wheezing to pair with this. I don't like Wheezing. Yes, I know Wheezing has a lot of usefulness. It's a great T-Spiker and all that. But the fact that it is not grounded really, really bothers me because, like, you don't have a T-Spike check besides Scissor. I mean, Finny, I guess, can come in because terrain, you can't get Toxic under terrain. But I don't like Wheezing because it's not grounded.
See, but I also think it's a double-edged sword because, yeah, you can't soak up Toxic Spikes, but you also have a ground immunity, and you're weak to ground to start with. So you're only weak to one type, and it's Psychic, and, you know, you have the immunity with Crawdaunt, you have the resistances with Scizor and Reuniclus. I really like Wheezing. It's really physically defensive. This thing takes physical hits for days. It gets it gets really good coverage. Like, I was really surprised. This thing yeah, it gets Sludge Bomb, but it gets Flamethrower, it gets Shadow Ball, it gets Thunderbolt, it gets Dark Pulse. You can run Destiny Bond or Memento. It actually gets a lot of options. I really like Wheezing. And as a Tier 5, that's a steal. So, I really like this pick by Clem.
Yeah. Okay, Shadow just pointed something out to me about that. Good to know. With T-Spikes.
Yeah, I see that too. Well, on the bright side, at least Scizor can still defog without getting toxic.
That's very true. Uxie, base 80 speed. I think the middle of the three Lake Trio, like this one, it goes Azelf, this one, then Mesprit, but otherwise, I don't know a lot about this thing. I know it sets rocks and it does U-turn and it does a lot of the same stuff that the other two do. I just don't know what's different between this one, Azelf, and Mesprit, other than their speeds.
This one's actually, Mesprit's actually the middle one. This is the defensive one. So, another defensive mon. It is a U-turner, which I think Acorn desperately needed. Uxie, really defensive, a lot of utility. I want to say it gets Healing Wish. I know Mesprit does. I want to say this does too. But I really like Uxie. It's really fat. It could be a surprisingly good, like, really defensive Calm Mind Sweeper.
It sets rocks.
It's actually, believe it or not, it is base 95 speed. So, it is pretty fast, all things considered. For a defensive mon, it's fast. It gets Memento. It doesn't get Healing Wish, but it gets Memento, which is really good. Gets Knockoff. It's actually, I think, a really solid pick. For a defensive mon, this thing has a little bit more utility than a lot of the other defensive mons Acorn has taken.
Yeah,
so,
it's his only rock setter, so...
That is true. He does... His only hazards at this point are Uxie with Stealth Rock and then Toxapex with Toxic Spike. So,
yeah. Good luck chipping things down. Anyways.
Well, it's not going to matter when he just walls it all. I was about to say, it's not going to matter when he just walls everything out.
Here's that Salazzle I was talking about. The only thing that can, like, actually toxic that nasty of a team, but... He has Aromatisse, so Healing Wish. Salazzle. I don't know how I feel about Salazzle. It's kind of a glass cannon, and the more I look into it, the less I like about it. Yes, it's great Scarfer. It's a great Specs user. You can Nasty Plot with it. Corrosion is amazing because you can poison types. You can poison steel types, which sometimes you absolutely need to poison steel type like Mega Aggron. But I don't know. It just... The more I look at it, the more glass cannon-y it gets, the less I like to deal with it, because I don't like glass cannons.
Yeah, Salazzle's kind of hit or miss. I like Salazzle. I like how it can toxic anything. Fire and poison are great. Is a great stab combination. And with hidden power, it's enough to at least be able to hit pretty much everything. So. No, I like this pick. I'm not sure how I feel about it on this team, because...
He's getting Edgequake again.
I don't know.
He's starting to rack up Edgequake for weaknesses again.
Yeah, this team... Yeah, great. I think a lot of teams play. I think that's a constant issue, is a lot of teams rack up Edgequake weaknesses, but... Yeah.
I don't know, it fits nicely speed tier-wise. Like, it's slower than Lopunny and Weavile, and faster than the other mons that he kind of needed to fill a little, so it does work.
Yeah, it is fast. 117 is very fast.
So I'm not going to say what this thing is, because, yeah, I don't want to get kicked off Twitch, but we have Cloyster here. I don't know why Cloyster's on this team, other than the fact that it sets spikes, and that it is a Shell Smash sweeper, and it rapid spins, I guess, but I don't see how it fits on this team. Is one of its abilities Ice Body? Because if it is, then it makes somewhat more sense, because Alola Ninetales and Hail, but otherwise, I don't see why Beardy needed Cloyster.
Cloyster does a few things. It could rapid spin. Plus, it could be a hazard stacker, which has some value. But yeah, Shell Smash plus Skill Link is a scary combination. It does not get Ice Body. It does get Overcoat, which
doesn't matter. It's
why
nice
you would
type.
need Overcoat. I was about to say, congratulations, you're not taking damage from sand. But yeah, it gets spikes and toxic spikes, so that's nice. It does actually get some pretty interesting coverage now looking at it. It gets things like Poison Jab, it gets Smart Strike, it gets obviously it stabs plus Rock Blast. It gets Twin Needle. If you want to run that, if you want to make sure you run that Skill Link, you can run it with Twin Needle. Gets Signal Beam. Why it gets Signal Beam, I don't know.
If your Cloyster's running Poison Jab, you might want to go see a doctor. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, if there's a really bulk, like if there's if you're facing a team with Tapu Fini, Poison Jab is actually not a bad option on this thing.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna move on because you missed the joke, but it's fine. I'm not gonna repeat it. Comfey here for Inkay. Okay, I've seen the destruction that Comfey can wreak on a team. If you want to know exactly what kind of mess up Comfey can do, somebody go ask Clem about Rai and Comfey. Yeah, you set up Calm Minds and then your triage ability for Draining Kiss. Good night. It's a good defogger as well. Like, it's solid. I like it as a nice backup. A nice backup fairy type to Coco.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I hate Comfey. Spoiler alert. I really hate this thing. I think it's really annoying. I didn't use it well when I drafted it, and then I've seen other people be successful with it. It just annoys the ever-loving crap out of me.
Yeah, it was so bad for Clem that he ended up mid-match forfeiting to Rai because of it. So he ran Calm Mind, Drain Punch, Hidden Power Water, so not even Camerupt was safe, and just bam, gone. That was it. So, I don't know. It's fun. I like it. Alakazam. Okay, another mon that I know is very, very good. Very, very well done. It is very easy to Pursuit Trap because it's frail. 120 speed is very good. Hits like a truck with 150 special attack, I want to say. It's either 150 or 140, something like that. I personally don't like it, but I know that it is very good with a Life Orb. Very good Z user, and is another Glass Cannon.
Believe it or not, its special attack is only base 135, so it's not even that high. But it's got some interesting options. Reliable recovery. It's a really good Calm Mind user. It gets a big old move pool. I wish it got Thunderbolt, but it doesn't. It gets Energy Ball, so I guess that's its way it hits bulky ground types, I guess. Also, Aquatic, please run Sub Punch, Alakazam. You would make me a very happy man.
Aquatic, you run Sub Punch. I will put you at number 1 instead of number 16. I don't like doing that in power rankings. I really don't. That's the one part of power rankings I hate doing, is someone has to be last. And, yeah. Anyways. Whatever. So. Slides. Let's go. Flygon for the Primarinas. Cheap. Garchomp is basically how I see this. Like, yeah, Levitate's cool. Really wish this thing was Bug and Dragon or had a Mega that was Bug and Dragon, but outside of that, it's just discount Garchomp, really.
I don't see it more as discount Garchomp. I actually nowadays kind of see it more as discount Zygarde.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
Because, well, mostly because it gets Dragon Dance. I feel like it's a weird cross between Zygarde 10 and Garchomp. Like, if you mix the two together, you get this thing. U-Turn's really nice. I do like U-Turn on this. It's actually a more reliable defogger than I thought it was. Yeah, Flygon is good. Flygon's a good Scarfer. It's a really good Scarfer. Double Ground is scary on this team.
Yeah, but he's got...
And considering he doesn't have that outside of Flygon and Crook, his only Ice weakness, his only other Ice weakness is he's got slow Ice types, and neither really does Infernape. So, and Amoonguss hits up the Fairy Head. So, actually, I think it's a pretty...
Did I lose you, Jacob? Are you there?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It just, like, went dead for a second. You roboted, went dead, so I'm just trying to make sure that you're... It's not you. It's 100% me.
Not the robot.
It's 100% me. Like, I'm starting to wear down my parents' internet to the point where I'm probably going to stream off my phone tonight for Moltres. So, roboting's back. Fun. Anyways, Swampert for the Ninkatas. I swear to God, Sean, you are drafting WWC team for Shadow, because literally Ferrothorn, Scully, and Mimikyu are the only 3 mons he did not have on his team already. So, I do like Swampert. It is a very nice rocker, very solid rocker. Good defensive mon. He's got it protected from the grass-type hits with Scully and Rotom Heat. Ferrothorn can take a grass hit. Hydreigon doesn't really care about grass hits too much. Like, it fits really nicely as a solid stealth rocker for him.
Yeah, I like Swampert now more than I used to. I've used it twice in Draft League before. The first time I used it terribly, and then last season actually was pretty solid. I remember week one when I faced Zaverb, he brought the lead matchup of the season, Cryogonal versus Swampert. and he freeze dries me, and I run Yachi Berry Mirror Coat and blow
Oh,
him
that's
back into another
filthy.
dimension.
Oh, that is so filthy. I love it, but that is so filthy. I love that. I really
Beautiful.
do.
It
That's
was so beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was filthy, though. I love it. Next mon. Hey, speaking of water ground types, looks like we're on a run. Gastrodon. God, this thing is fat. I hate playing this thing at times. It's a good stealth rocker. It has very good recovery. It just sits there and eats hits for days. Very good assault vest user at times. Like, I don't know. It's very good tier 4 water ground type. Very fat.
Yeah, I wish it got Stealth Rock. That's my one gripe. I really wish it got Stealth Rock. But outside of that, no. Really good mon. I love Gastrodon. It's beautiful. My beautiful Cindy. I know he calls it Fidel Gastro. That's a great nickname. I do think it fits some nice issues with this team in terms of maybe being a little weak to Earthquake. So, well, this team wasn't that Earthquake weak. Yeah, I do just like the pick, so.
Miltank. God, Shadow, stop. Sap Sipper, very good. Scrappy, very good. Very reliable stealth rock setter. You could just pull a Whitney if you wanted to and defense curl rollout all over everything. Very good recovery in the fact that it has milk drink. Like, thick fat is... Shadow just literally said in the chat as I was about to say thick fat because I just remembered it. So ice and fire type hits aren't that bad. Like, yeah, Miltank's a solid rocker, solid tier 4.
Yeah, I really like Miltank. Reliable rocker. Gets heal bell, that's nice. Miltank's actually, I think, really underrated. I think as far as normal walls go, I think this one's pretty utterly a great pick.
I didn't time that right again. Yeah, don't go look in chat. Don't worry about what happened. Just, it's alright. Rhyperior. God, this is a mon that I've wanted to draft forever, and I never can find a place on it on a team. This thing in tier 4 is super solid, reliable stealth rocker. Solid rock is great. Has a very good move pool in my mind. I love Rhyperior. I just wish I could find a way to use it. Like, double dancing Rhyperior is just a nightmare. I missed a dad joke. I'm so disappointed that I missed the dad joke. Oh, I'm so disappointed I missed your dad joke.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. I'll have more dad jokes. Don't worry. I'm a king of those. No, I love Rhyperior. Rhyperior, really fat. Really big move pool. Like, its move pool is huge. It gets, obviously it gets rock and ground stabs. It gets fighting coverage, ice coverage, fire coverage. It gets aqua tail. No, it's really nice. I've actually learned that the best rock stab board is Rock Blast because it's at worst you're probably gonna get Rock Slide, and at best you could have a 125 base rock move, and it only misses 10% of the time. So, yeah, learn your lesson. Don't run Stone Edge if you don't need to.
I mean, you could just go OP and run Rock Wrecker. Just drop the biggest nuke you got in the arsenal.
Oh, jeez. I don't think I've ever actually run Rock Wrecker Rhyperior, ever, in anything.
When laddering, I've run Rock Z Rock Wrecker. Just blow something the hell away. So.
That's fair.
Tell me about your hoodlum here. I do love this mon.
Yeah, it fits a couple things I felt like I needed. I wanted something a little bit bulkier. I wanted a stab knockoff user. This is really reliable stab knockoff. It gets nice coverage. All three of its abilities are really good. So you can run like Intimidate. You can run Shed Skin if you want to go bulkier. You can be a Moxie Sweeper. Dragon Dance is really nice. Bulk Up is nice. It's a really good Assault Vest user. Really nice coverage. Yeah, I really like Scrafty. I think as a tier 4, I think it's a solid pick. It helps with some of the things I felt like my team was missing out on. And my team really is not fairy weak. So I think that helps it out a lot. Victini eats fairy hits. Crobat eats fairy hits. Kartana maybe can try to live a fairy hit. Certainly a physical fairy. It can eat a play rough. Maybe not a Moonblast, but certainly a play rough.
Yep. Araquanid. So, I do like this pick. Araquanid is a very, very solid web setter, sticky web setter. Araquanid can also be very, very stupid. Like, if you wanted to, you could run Infestation, Soak, Toxic, Mirror Coat against a special attacker, and you're good to go. Like, that's just so bad. It can be a trapper if it wants to. But it is very bulky, very reliable web setter. Probably not the best web setter, but definitely a very reliable one if you miss out on things like Galvantula or Rabombe.
Yeah, I like Araquanid. Liquidate, Water Bubble boosted Liquidation hits really hard. It is a pretty reliable web setter. I believe he's going to get the totem version as well, so you can run like the
What? You can run the totems?
I believe you can, yes. I don't see a reason why not. You drafted Araquanid. I would assume you get its totem form too. But no, I like Araquanid. I think I like webs on this team too. His team's not particularly super fast, so having sticky webs is really gonna help him. Because really, outside of Araquanid, his only real ways to deal with help boost speed are Scarfers and maybe Rock Polish Diancie.
Yeah. If you want to respond to what I just sent you in Discord, that'd be great, because Rye wants to join the call for a little bit.
I did.
Okay. I can add him then. Yeah, Rye wants to, where are you, Rye? I know you're here. Rye, where are you? There you are. Alright, so Rye's going to join us for a little bit, as soon as he gets on.
Three-person call, I think.
Yeah, it should be. Well, as soon as Rye answers, it will be. But that's fine. We can pass off a little bit. So, anyways. Arcanine. Okay, why did Arcanine last this long? It's a very good mon.
Yeah, Arcanine's interesting. Really good defensive option. He doesn't really have that much for bulk. Like, Jirachi can be bulky, Slurpuff kinda. Breloom can play Subsea, but that's not necessarily its best role. Arcanine really helps with the bulk on his team. It's a good intimidator. Gets interesting fire coverage, can be ran offensive with Flash Fire. Yeah, I like Arcanine.
Rye, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Rye.
So what's up?
Not much. Welcome. So.
There might be a delay in the stream because I don't know how to keep it up to date.
There's gonna be a delay. I've set a delay on my stream, so as we talk, there's about a 10-second delay. So.
Okay.
Anyways.
So we're on Arcanine right now.
Yeah, we're gonna move on from Arcanine to you actually. So do you want to go ahead and talk about Stack Attacka?
Oh, about Stack? So I got that basically just because it was a steel type that I wanted to try out, and it fit with the Trick Room options that I had, and I have a ton of ground answers, so it just kind of worked. I don't know. and also fighting answers, so it just kind of fits.
It's definitely a good trick room user, and you do have Crest, which is basically fat enough to set up the trick room. So, a Selgor for Fox. I know it sets sticky webs, but outside of that, I don't know anything else about it really, other than it's fast. So, I guess Rye or Jacob, whoever wants to take it and talk about it.
I could talk about it. This was on my Season 1 team. It's actually it's a really fun mon. It doesn't get webs, but it gets toxic spikes and regular spikes.
That's it.
Which I think really does help this team. It's a really underrated choice specs user. It's got a really interesting special move pool with things like Focus Blast, gets Giga Drain, it gets what else it get? What was it? Oh, Sludge Bomb. It gets priority in Water Shuriken. It's the only other Water Shuriken user besides Greninja. And I've been on the unfortunate receiving end of Water Shuriken as Selgor. But I really like Selgor. I think, plus on this team, I think this is, I think having spikes and T-spikes really helps Mega Latios. It helps Excadrill. Makes it much easier for them to clean up in the end.
He pairs this.
It also gave him that speed tier above 110.
Yeah, that's
so it was pretty needed outside of Sand.
Oh yeah, that's right. This thing's really 140 base speed is really fast.
Yep. He pairs it with Rotom C. So again, I know Rotom C is basically Rotom. All the Rotom forms are basically the same except for their stab moves, but some are better than others. I've never used Rotom C, so I have no idea what's going on with it.
I feel like Rotom Cut between like all the Rotom forms, I feel like it's one of the more offensive ones you run. Like more as an offensive defogger, mainly just because I feel like Grass Electric's not a great defensive typing. But Rotom Cut's interesting. It gives him a Volt Switcher. He didn't have that before. He is a little log jammed in like the 80 base speed tier range with like this, plus like Excadrill, and then Darm's 95, which isn't that much faster. But I do like Rotom Cut. He's got answers for poison types. He's got answers for fire types.
He gave him another Levitate user.
Yeah, it's ground immunity.
It's also one of those grass types that doesn't rely on synthesis, so he doesn't have to worry about that with Sand.
That's true. Because that's the biggest thing is if you have a synthesizer, it's what, 25% instead of 50 when you're in Sand.
Yeah, it gets like reduced a lot.
Rye, you want to talk about Torkoal? I really, really love the fact where you took the last 4 picks of your team.
So what'd you say?
I said you want to talk about Torkoal. I love where you took the last 4 picks of your team.
Oh, so Torkoal was basically just for Sun because I knew I wanted Sun from the beginning, and it's pretty much the best Sun setter. A lot better than Ninetale just because of Rapid Spin and Stealth Rock. And yeah, I was lacking some removal as well, so it fit that, and it pairs well with my Mega down the line. So
it also fits really well in a Trick Room team because it's so slow.
Yeah, also true.
So yeah, so we've seen Sand now. We've got Sun. We do have a little Ninetales out there. I think the only weather not represented is Rain right now, which is really, really sad to me because I love Rain. But, so. Hey, Blastoise. Okay, I don't know Standard Blastoise. I know Mega Blastoise is dummy broke at times because it's got such a huge special attack. Plus whatever its ability is, Mega Launcher. I know this can be defensive, really defensive. It's a decent rapid spinner, bulky water, but that's about all I got on Blastoise.
I've been using it in WWC, and it's pretty nice in the fact that it's just a pure water type that's like you said, like really bulky, and it just gets the job done with rapid spin and stuff. There's not like a ton with it. I mean, it has like a pretty decent move pool with things like counter, Miracle, Curse, uh, has like Cold, Ice Beam, Toxic, things like that. So I don't know, it's decent as a water.
Yeah, I actually, my favorite set's actually the set Shadow brought last year, the Scarf Blastoise with the Water Spout. I thought that was great. But yeah, I think this pairs well. So Sharpedo isn't his only water type. So I'm not sure Mega Sharpedo can be your like everything you want from a water type on your team. So I think that kind of helps with that. Yeah, and I think having a spinner is always really nice. So, and this is one of the better low tier spinners. So I like the Blastoise pick.
It's also tier 4, whereas a lot of times I still see it sitting up in tier 3. So definitely value in tier 4.
It's definitely. Yeah, it's definitely worth like tier 4.
Yeah, this is tier 4.
Well, Rye, if you come back for the next like standard season of WWC, make sure you voice that, because I think it's still tier 3 over in WWC. So I'll keep that in mind though. Como, I absolutely despise this. Yeah, I absolutely despise this mon. Outside of having its Z Crystal, it is just absolutely useless. Like, I don't know. I don't care for it. I know it's got some decent abilities. I know it can set up and be a potent sweeper with D-Dance, but I just don't get it and just don't like it.
Oh, see, I love this thing. This was my kills leader in Season 1. It's so scary with Dragon Dance. Dragon Fighting Stab is really good. Fighting Stab. It's a solid base 85, which there's pretty much the entire metagame that's not Scarf is gonna get outsped by that. Gets really nice coverage. Things like gets Poison Jab, gets Earthquake. I think it gets the Elemental Punches, and it could go both physical and special. I think special Como is something that does get seen that often, but it can be run, and it doesn't have to run Draco Meteor. It can run Clanging Scales. Yeah, you're gonna get the defense drop, but it's not gonna miss, which counts for something. So
Como busted.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Como.
Alright, well, we'll see how it does. I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not a fan of it. But you want to talk about Nidoking, something I am a fan of?
It's so good.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it too. That's why I drafted it. I felt like my team was missing a special attacking wall breaker. Like Victini and Raikou can both be like really powerful special attackers, but I wanted like a true wall breaker, and that's Nidoking. Like Sure Force Life Orb, take your pick of its move pool. I mean, it's so big. It can also be run on the physical side with things like a Poison Jab, Earthquake, Mega Horn. 85 base speed was kind of a speed tier I was also looking at. I didn't really have anything like of my offensive options. Nothing was really under base 100. So having base 85 is nice because I still like I'm not slow, but I'm not I'm in a range where I can do some stuff as well. It's another stealth rocker. I wanted a second stealth rocker. And yeah, I really like Nidoking. I think this is a good spot for Nidoking on this team.
Nidoking is definitely a great mon. I had it in WWC. Physical, special, can run either or, preferably special. God, that thing has such a good move pool. Shadow Ball, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Sludge Wave, Earth Power. Like, you got everything you need right there.
Don't forget the confusion tech.
What is it? Does it get Signal Beam?
Yeah, it does.
It's confusion. That's all you need.
It does get Signal Beam.
Oh wow, I didn't realize it got Signal Beam.
Yeah.
I get Sucker Punch. It also has priority.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I have been on the receiving end of a 6-0 from this thing. I can tell you it's a very good mon. So, Volcanion. This, on the other hand, I don't like. I don't like Volcanion. I have had bad experiences using it. I know it's got water absorb, which makes it pretty good. I know it can run specs and AV, making it very good. But I don't know. What's so special about Volcanion?
Steam Eruption. Steam Eruption is really spammable. It's really powerful.
More Broken Skull, basically.
Yeah, water fire dual stab is really hard to switch into. Plus it gets solid coverage. It gets things like Sludge Wave. It gets Earth Power. You can run a physical variant with like Flare Blitz and Earthquake and Superpower. Yeah, I really like Volcanion. Volcanion's another really good wall breaker. Its stabs are just so hard to switch into.
Okay.
I think Volcanion's like pretty good. I just don't think that it was the best one for his team. But just because he doesn't have the greatest ground answers, but I mean, we'll see from the rest of his pick.
Shadow taking a literal pile of garbage in Garbodor. But in all reality, Garbodor is not that bad. It's a good spike user, toxic spike user. I've run it AV'd. It's got a pretty decent move pool. It has things like Drain Punch and Seed Bomb. So it's not bad. It's good low tier hazard for him.
It's like Shadow's like, oh, my team's already fantastic. What else can I use? Oh, how about Spikes and T-Spikes?
Shadow loves his T-Spikes.
Yeah, he does.
No.
Let's see, he had Toxapex Season 1. I forget what he had Season 2.
King.
Nidoking.
Trust me.
Yeah, Nidoking.
Trust me, I know it was Nidoking.
Jeez.
Why do you think I drafted Nidoking in WWC? Yeah, it was King. Nidoking. Anyways. Vileplume. God, this thing in the wrong hands can be so nasty, so annoying with the fact that it has Strength Sap. I literally stalled somebody out with Strength Sap on this thing. Like, it's busted, it heals you, it destroys physical attackers. It can be a good cleric. Like, I don't know. It's a good low-tier grass type.
Why is he drafting, like, 3 of the walls I had last season? I had Klefki, Cofagrigus, and Vileplume last season, and he drafted them all together again this season. And I had Latios instead of Latias, so this team looks eerily similar to my team from last season. And instead of Gastrodon, I had Swampert, so...
He's just copying your homework and changing it, so he copied...
He's like trying to find a better version of my team.
He copied your homework and changed it up a little bit so it didn't look like he cheated.
Yeah. And instead of Gliscor, I had Landorus T. So, there you go. Yeah, Vileplume's very good for a low-tier grass type. It's one of the better low-tier grass types. You could argue it's the best. I think Tangela is a little better, but this thing's really good. Strength Sap is busted. Like, thank God more Pokemon don't get this move, because that move is so good. It's great utility. It's great recovery. It's really reliable.
You get up to full and lower your opponent's attack. Like,
yeah.
That move is disgusting.
So,
you know, plus it can put things to sleep with Sleep Powder, so it's got good. It's good. It's a really good low tier grass type.
Yeah. So moving on. Again, Sean literally copying Shadow's homework and making it slightly different. Here's the return of Licky Licky. This thing can be very, very fun. Ask Shadow, cuts up Explosion, Endure, Swords Dance. Anyways, it's a very good like weather neutralizer as well. It's a decent Wish Passer. It can do a lot of good things. Come here. You little shit.
Oh, Licky Licky. Licky Licky's a really good cleric. It's actually an underrated, I think, offensive option with Swords Dance. It gets a pretty good move pool with like Power Whip and Knockoff, Earthquake. But no, it passes such fat wishes that's why. If you're wondering why it's tier 4, that's why. Its wishes are just so fat. It's really hard to take down. I like Licky Licky. I don't love it, but certainly I hate its design. Its design is stupid, but at least it's valuable as a Pokemon. But
It's valuable in other reasons too, but again, I don't want to get banned from Twitch. So
Yeah, it gives you a full Wi-Fi signal. You can see it on its chest.
okay, yeah. So if you say so. Spies taking Bronzong. So Bronzong's nice. It gives him a fire or a ground. One is an immunity, one's a reducer with heat proof and levitate. Good stealth rocker. Very good stealth rocker. Steel type. I don't know. I'm running out of things on some of these mons because like I don't use them. We're in that point in the draft where I'm in mons that I've never used.
Bronzong is just so reliable.
I was about to say Bronzong's good as a valuable low tier mon. I will say, I as much as I love Bronzong, did he really need a third psychic type? Like, and all of his psychic types are really bulky, and they're all just gonna like be knockoff fodder. Like,
I'm trying to
that
remember.
is concerning to me.
I think Geo took 6 psychic, or no, Geo went mono psychic the first 4 weeks of APA. I think, like he ran a mono. I think it was Geo that ran a mono psychic team. It's spammable, as long as they don't have a dark type.
That's fair, but
The ghost weakness is real.
yeah, the ghost. He has no normal type either. His only ghost resistance is Crocodile, and there's enough. And if like if he saw like a Trick Room Cathagrigus, that would be a lot of trouble because he could just run like Trick Room, Nasty Plot, Energy Ball, Shadow Ball, and that's game.
Pretty much, yeah. Ololawak. Okay, I don't like this mon mainly on this team. I mean, it's a good Bolt Beam answer. It's a good Trick Room user. You can never go wrong with a thick club, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Rockhead Flare Blitz is really nice that you don't have to take recoil. Am I correct saying Bone Meringue also does not take the nerf from grassy terrain?
Pretty sure it doesn't. It's not a shaking move.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well that's good. So Shadow Bone is also really spammable. That's as far as ghost type moves go, that's a really spammable ghost type move.
Spies, say hello to your
But
dad.
yeah, this team. There it is. We found it. Well, I don't know. Crocodile could take on this thing kind of well, but yeah, I'm not sure how it fits on this team because like half his team is really fast, and then there's this that's like wants to be in Trick Room, and there's no good Trick Room setter because you're not running Trick Room Alakazam, like ever.
It'd make for a really, really interesting team if he ran Trick Room Alakazam. So, moving on, we have Halucha. God, there's Inky getting it. Cocalucha. You guys let it happen all the way at the end with Mega Metacham.
This is all my doing.
Rai, why did you do this?
I saw Lucha was available. I was like, Inky, get that Mon. It's just sitting there.
Yeah, Lucha's probably the best Unburden user in the game. It's not my favorite, but it's probably the best. Hitmonlee's my favorite. I love Hitmonlee, but this thing is so scary. If this gets up a Swords Dance after it gets the boost, Acrobatics and HJK or Drain Punch just kind of go in. And it doesn't actually need to run. Like, I've seen it run without Unburden before. I've seen it as a Mold Breaker. It's interesting. I mean, you're going to run it. You're probably going to run it Unburden, but you can run it without Unburden and be successful. One of my buddies has this in another league, and it went the whole season without any kills. I think it had 28 kills for the entire season. Like, this thing is ridiculous.
Fun fact versus God, who am I trying to versus Aquatic. If he brings this and Aquatic brings Bulu, he just needs to bring Grassy Seed, Bulk Up, Baton Pass into Mega Medi, and it's over. because Halucha gets BP. Didn't know if anybody knew that, because like I BP'd.
I thought you meant BP as in bullet punch.
No, sorry, I meant baton pass. Yeah,
I was confused. I was confused. I was like, I know Metacham gets baton pass. So I didn't think Halucha did. I mean, not baton pass, bullet punch.
Yeah, Halucha gets baton pass, so very easily could just bring a setup Halucha and then pass it into Medi or something. But yeah, anyways, very scary pairing that to his team. Mudsdale here for the Red Sox. I know Mudsdale's a really good assault vest user, can be a very good choice band user, very reliable stealth rock setter, stamina boost obviously for defense. Just that's about all I know on Mudsdale. Spams EQ.
That's pretty much Mudsdale. Mudsdale design-wise is probably my favorite mon from Gen 7, but yeah, that's about it. Stamina's a nice ability. As far as abilities go, you could do a lot worse than Stamina, because you come in and take a physical hit easy and just keep getting boosts. So
yeah, Stamina is really good. The only problem with Mudsdale is that its move pool kind of sucks.
Yeah,
it doesn't get Stone Edge. Like its move pool is just terrible.
I was about to say, you're gonna run like the only moves you can run are like EQ, Rock Slide, Fighting Move,
Slam,
and then Heavy Slam. Yeah.
Very, very limited. Here's Azelf. So, Azelf does everything that Mesprit does, just faster, and it's more offensive. I think it's base 115 speed and 120s on the attack and special attack, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. This thing is a good suicide lead, sets up rocks and then just kind of explodes. It can be a nasty plot sweeper. Its move pool is actually gigantic. I'm not sure how it fits on this team. Like, why are you going to use this as your rocker instead of Donphan or Empoleon?
It's a levitate user.
Helps him with his... Nasty's the only set.
That is fair. Nasty plot.
I feel like when it comes to Azelf, a lot of people forget how strong it is. Like, it's 125 in both attack sets. So it's like, I feel like it's a better as a sweeper than the rocker.
Yep. Shy just has to remember that if this is
on
not...
this team.
Sorry. I was just going to say, Shy's got to remember that if this is not one of his Z captains, he cannot bring Z Twinkle Tackle.
It is a fact.
I don't know anybody that did that to anybody that is currently in this call, so... But, yeah, anyways. There's Azelf. Savali, this is another mon that I've had some experience with. I don't know. Parting Shot's nice. Base 95's nice. Access to any typing, nice. Lets you... like, basically you're covered for a match. I don't know, it's a defogger, which I guess he actually didn't have a defogger until now, so a little bit of hazard control.
Savali's decent.
Savali's alright. I like it more in tournament play where it's like you can't get every type, so you get Savali. It kind of just fills in the holes for the typings you don't have.
Same.
It is a defogger, which he desperately needed, and Parting Shot will be nice, especially as a way to make sure like any wall breaker can't actually break through his walls. But I don't know. I would like
faster for it, which is nice.
Yeah, he does. He's got. Oh, trust me, he's got plenty of wish passers for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
I don't remember. I think it was Spies. Name this team, make a wish. We're good to go. Palo Sand here. I know nothing about this mon. I'm gonna leave it to you two. I really know nothing about this thing.
I can cover it.
Yeah, go for it.
I've been using it in one of the leagues I'm in currently, and it basically just fills that role as a bulky ground. And it's nice because you have like things like Earth Power Shadow Ball, which is like already kind of difficult to switch into. But then you also have like rocks and like different coverage moves. Like I think it gets Psychic and Energy Ball. So I mean, it kind of just fills that role, and it's actually really bulky, like in both defense and SPDF with HP. So it's decent.
Water compaction's nice. It's a nice ability. I know it's still weak to water, but it just makes it even bulkier than it already is.
He pairs that with Torn T. Torn T is a very nice mon as far as Prankster goes, like Prankster Defog, Prankster Tailwind, Prankster Toxic, Prankster Bulk Up. Has just as good of coverage as Torn Eye, same move pool. It's just slower. I believe this one's the one that's slower in Genie form than Therian, because I know the Therians are, I think, slower the other way. I think Thundy and Lando are slower than their Genies. I don't remember.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Thundy and Lando are slower than their what is it? Torn T is the only one that's faster than its incarnate form. The other two are slower. I'm actually using this in the league right now, and it's really solid. It's a great Z user. Again, it's just coming down to how much do you want to rely on Hurricane. Although this thing's a little bit
problem with that mon.
Yeah, although this one's a little bit better because it can run a physical set more easily for no other reason than it gets priority bulk up, which is nice.
True.
And
So,
Tailwind will be nice for this because
Just
111 is,
Hurricane.
yeah.
so deciding to finally get some more speed is Acorn here. He gets Cryogonal, which is probably one of the best lower tier spinners. Good SPDF wall, obviously. Can be a pretty good specs user. Mirror coat as well, flash cannon, that sort of stuff. It is a very good hazard control, but again, it's another wall for this team.
Yeah, it's alright. Freeze Dry is really good. It's really special defensive. I think people forget how good special defense is. Like, it's really good special defense. Yeah.
I feel like at this point, Acorn is kind of just looking at his draft and was like, "Where is my hazard removal?" And so he grabbed basically the best low tier stuff that was available.
Yeah. I still think he also needs another hazard center. I think one rocker is not enough. Ever.
Yeah, it really isn't.
And why did Tangrowth last all the way into round 10? Like, okay. Tangrowth helps with that Edgequake weakness for Shy Guy. It's definitely a good mon. Again, how's it fit on his team is my question.
I actually like this paired with Empoleon. I feel like, Empoleon doesn't want to take the ground type attacks. Tangrowth doesn't mind. Tangrowth doesn't want to take an ice move. Empoleon can eat up those. I feel like those...
The bug move.
Yeah. No, a Tangrowth, I wish he had maybe another Regenerator user, but I think it's a good regen mon. This could help him a lot, and this won't need Wish from Sylveon, so that's also really helpful.
Yeah. Xurkitree for the Sox. Okay, if this is a Z captain, he's going to be relying heavily on Z Hypnosis hitting. Like, it's hit or miss, 50-50 on Xurkitree, but if he can get it set up, there's not a lot that really stands in the way of Xurkitree. Or actually even like Electrium Z, Electric Terrain. That would give him a speed boost as well.
Yeah, this is another. I don't know. I'm not a big Circuitry fan. I just feel like all it does is hit hard. It just hits hard.
At all. I think Circuitry is a very bad mon.
Like, I prefer faster electric types. I think 81 base speed for an electric type is not great.
No, that's part of the reason I stay away from Xurkitree too. Like, unless speed pass is allowed, like, Xurkitree's not that great.
So let's say it's going to force you to want to run Z Hypnosis or Z Rain Dance every time, and I'd rather not run Z Hypnosis and Z Rain Dance every single time.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks just because, like, you can't run a speed boosting set, like, on Xurkitree because its special attack is just way too high. Like, you know, like, you can run a speed boosting set with Kartana. Like, you can't do that on Xurkitree.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
Skarmory going to Inkay. Skarmory, I know, is like the premier tier 1, one of the premier tier 1 rock setters, just because of Sturdy. Sturdy counter is also another, like, clean tech. You can defog with it. It's just bulky and annoying. I do wonder why with Electric Terrain he's got 3 Mons now that really don't appreciate that with Suicune, Hawlucha, and Skarmory.
I was about to say, I don't get why he has 2 of his walls weak to electric. I think that's a mistake. Because Suicune, like, all Suicune and Skarmory need is, like, someone else to bring, like, a powerful electric. Like, I could bring my Raikou and all of a sudden they're both really pressured out.
It's going to force Piloswine to take a lot of hits.
Yeah.
Pylo and Rosary.
Kamala here for Aquatic. This was a steal. Why was this thing all the way down in Tier 5B? I will never know. It was only 20 points to get one of the better lower tier spinners that can't be statused, that does really well with a Choice Band if need be, or in Trick Room, or... Yeah, there's a Trick Room element to this team now. And Kamala was an absolute steal.
But with a lack of Trick Room setters.
That's true.
I was about to say, he still needs, like, a real center. It's a Wish Passer. If it means anything, it can pass Wish.
Wishes are bad. it has no HP stat. It's not basic Wishes.
No, it's not. It can U-turn. It can at least do that. He's got some options with U-turn with this thing and Scizor. Yeah, that's another move I wish Aerodactyl got. I feel like Aerodactyl would be good with U-turn, but alas, nope.
Yep. Spies taking Vikavolt. This thing is a monster. I love this Mon. Levitate so it doesn't take ground hits. 145 special attack. Throw a Life Orb on it. Nighty Night. I think it tops out at 427. Like, at modest max. Yeah, modest max is 427 special attack. With its move pool coverage with Energy Ball and obviously T-Bolt, it has access to Air Slash and Hidden Powers. Like, nothing really wants to check in on this thing multiple times.
Yeah, speaking of Trick Room, this is a team that can actually use Trick Room. Like, if you wanted to go with, like, a more offensive version of Slowbro, plus this thing, Bronzong can perform in Trick. Yeah. Even Amoonguss. Yeah.
You can say Trick Room.
Yeah.
It's a nice, scary element. I do like Vikavolt on here. Standard Aerodactyl. Everything that Mega Aerodactyl does, just slightly worse. I mean, comparatively, because you have Rockhead versus what is it? Tough Claws.
Tough Claws.
Yeah, so I don't know. Arrow to me is just kind of underwhelming. It's fast, but outside of that, it just
underrated Z user. I think it's a solid Z user. It's got that coverage that can help Mega Aerodactyl. I think can help regular Aerodactyl as a Z user.
That's true. It's a decent low tier. Z Crystal user. Shadow's saying Hone Claw Stone Edge, of course, because that's just what Shadow would do. Yeah.
That's a great move pool.
It does. Its move pool is nuts.
It just sucks that its abilities are kind of bad, but I mean the nerf is decent because you can go through things like Chuck-a-Berry or Charty Berry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Connor taking standard Diancie, so gives him a rocker, gives him something that's pretty decent on the defensive side. Yeah, I mean it's ground weak though. That's in steel weak, but he's got.
I was about to say he's got 3 fairy types and they're all weak to ground. That's an issue.
Yeah, but he's got Latias and Gliscor. They got it.
I guess, but they're like this is a team that this team will lose to Mamoswine.
Yes, this team loses to Mamoswine.
Like with the exception of Mien Shao, this team loses to Mamoswine. I don't see a Mamo check.
Pick one.
What? Unless Cofagrigus is like doing some magic to it, but Cofagrigus gets worn down easily. So,
yeah,
that's a yikes.
Shadow's pointing out that Connor
Honestly,
has pretty solid Trick Room as well.
Ice and ground just kind of destroys the entire team.
Yeah, it really does. Like my Nido King, I just run Earth Power and Ice Beam, and that's all I need to run.
Toss in Hidden Power Grass there, and he got Gastrodon covered.
Yeah.
Shadow
saying Connor's
Are you Trick Room
Shadow
team?
said Connor's Are You Trick Room team is great.
And Robot Jacob.
Lycanroc Dusk is what I wish Mega Aerodactyl was, in terms of a Tough Claws boost, having a Tough Claws boosted rock move. Like, a Celerock off this thing is terrifying. With a Choice Man, it's really scary. It's got good Z moves. I wish its move pool were a little bit bigger. I think that's the thing that holds it back, is its move pool is kind of meh. But it gets Swords Dance. A Celerock's really nice. It's everything good about the midday and midnight form all packed into one. So, I like Lycanroc Dusk.
I used that mon last season, and it was amazing. It's such a good revenge killer and sweeper. Ugh.
Yeah, and it fits really, really nicely on this team. Like, Shadow's just built a monster again. Yeah.
Tough Claws honestly just makes it so much better.
So we have Hitmonchan here to Saint. I don't particularly like Hitmonchan. I think it's the worst of the 3 Hitmons. Maybe that's debatable between it and Top, in my mind. Like, there's clearly Hitmonlee is better in my mind, but I don't know. It's a spinner, it's got the elemental punches, it's got Iron Fist, it's got priority in Mach Punch and Bullet Punch, but outside of that, I don't really see much else that it's really good for.
I used this thing semi-recently, and it was kind of the unsung hero of my team. Its elemental punches do hit really hard with Iron Fist. Drain Punch gives it reliable recovery. It's an excellent Assault Vest user. Like, it's one of the best Assault Vest users for fighting types I can think of. I really actually did enjoy this thing, and I think having a spinner is going to really help this team because it doesn't force Latios to have to run deep. Like, because outside of that, his only removers I think were Latios and Volcanion.
Yep.
I'm not sure. I don't think Shaman gets defogged. So
it's just Latios and Volcanion, which aren't really that reliable as defoggers.
No, but this is a real. As far as spinners go for low tier, this is a pretty damn reliable spinner. So, no, I like this pick. I think he needed to get a spinner for Mega Pinsir.
You want to talk about the Fat Zeppelin, aka Dusk Noir?
Yeah,
What's the snipe? What's the snipe?
it was why was this thing tier 5B? I don't get why. This thing was so cheap. It's a little passive, but it's really fat. 130 in both defenses. It's got a usable base 100 attack stat. And actually a pretty big offensive move pool to go with it with the elemental punches. It gets Earthquake. It gets Stab and Shadow. It gets Priority Shadow Sneak. It's really nice, I think, for a low tier mon. I've never used Dust Noir. It's been another mon really wanted to use. Its HP is terrible. Like base 45 HP is bad.
Pain split.
Pain split, yes. When it pain splits, it's basically gonna heal itself up to almost full every time. So that's really nice. One thing I did wish to get was knockoff. I didn't realize I didn't get knockoff.
Yeah, honestly, that's what sucks about it, is no knockoff.
But as a low tier ghost, as a spin blocker, I think for a tier 5, I think it was probably the best tier 5 ghost I could have taken. So,
Yeah.
And I felt like this team needed a ghost, so I thought it was a good pick here.
I've got this thing over in APA, so I will definitely be interested to see how you use it, because I have no idea how to use it, but I was like, I need a ghost type. Hey, Dust Noir. Let's go grab it. So definitely looking forward to that. Oh god, the dinosaur. Audino. I know this thing is a great wish passer. I know you shouldn't sleep on it. I just don't care for it. I know it's a good wish passer, though. Regen core type of thing.
Audino is a really good low tier wish passer. Like, as far as low tier wish passers go, this thing's really fat. It's a little it's passive.
It's very passive.
Yeah.
I think Audino's one of Audino's main problems is that it doesn't really. There's no 4 moves that like really fit for a team. Like having to always run Wish Protect, like you kind of lack out on coverage and utility moves.
I was about to say it's gonna want to run Wish, Protect, Heal Bell, and a status move. Except now you're just taunt bait, so you try to throw like some sort of offensive move on there just to not be taunt bait, but then you're not doing anything. It's just,
yeah, you aren't doing any damage.
It's just, I don't know. I prefer its Mega. I think its Mega is significantly better.
Zaverb taking standard
Yep.
Rotom. I mean, Rotom Wash, Rotom C, and Rotom
But the snipe,
Heat
but the snipe.
are all gone, so...
No, this thing's good. This thing...
Apparently I've hit the... Oh, there we
This
go.
is in contention with, This thing's in contention with Dust Noir for best low-tier ghost. Really good. 91... It's faster than all the other Rotom forms. It's nice. Ghost and Electric is a very difficult stab combination to switch into. Another pretty reliable defogger. It sucks that it doesn't get one of the powerful moves that it's some of its other forms get, but Shadow Ball and Electric and Thunderbolt's kind of all you need. It's a really good Volt. Yeah, I really like Rotom. Standard Rotom.
Yeah. So, I believe we go back-to-back Rotoms here. Yeah, Rye, you take Rotom Frost. So you lost out on standard Rotom, so you went Rotom Frost instead.
I was debating between both Rotoms, and I went with Rotom Frost just because I wanted a Bolt Beam answer, because I looked at my team and I was like, I really struggle with taking ice moves, like for Garchomp. So, and plus I wanted another defogger, and it kind of just fit all those roles. And another Levitate user. So ground moves are no problem.
Yeah, pseudo Bolt Beam Stab is really nice. Like, Blizzard's inaccuracy kind of sucks, but its dual stab combo is really hard to switch into.
Yep. And Oricorios to finish out this round. All 4 Oricorios. Obviously, you can steal Swords Dances from people. You can have 4 different type combinations depending on what you need. I don't know a lot about Oricorio, though. and how it fits on this pseudo sand.
Another mon there.
Choreo busted. You get all 4 forms. There's no prepping.
You better get rocks up. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this. It's another one that has to rely on Hurricane. So, I'm sure he's gonna have a fun time with that. And especially, although I don't think Hurricane actually gets the accuracy drop in sand. I think
It
that's
does.
only in Sun. It gets the accuracy.
I'm pretty sure
It does
it
get
really?
the accuracy.
Yeah, it gets the accuracy drop in sand. I'm pretty sure it does.
I never knew that. I thought it was only Sun.
Yeah, I thought it was only Sun.
Hold on while I come.
But I mean, Oricorio is decent. Does it get U-turn?
I believe so.
But Calm Mind,
Yeah, it does. It does get you.
Revelation Dance, Hurricane. That's all you need.
Calm Mind. It's a Calm Mind user if you want to be that guy.
Okay, yeah,
It's
no,
icy
I was
wind.
wrong. Sand doesn't
I
drop
did not
it.
know that. It got icy wind.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
wrong.
that's what I
Sand
thought.
doesn't drop it. I never claimed I knew everything, so. Anyways, but yeah. Hey, it's Conkelder. Didn't we say he was like extremely fighting weak, or who did we say was extremely fighting weak that Conkelder was just gonna destroy? Because here's
I
Conkelder.
forget, but I forget.
No, it was his team. It was his team.
No, I love Conkelder. Conkelder is. I think people forget how good Conkelder can be. It is slow, but priority Mach Punch kind of mitigates that a bit. It's got a gigantic move pool. Things like knockoff, poison jab, gets rock coverage. It gets elemental punches. I really like Conkelder. I think it was Spies had it in season 1, and it was like the best mon on his team.
It's a bad mon, Spies.
It's
It's a bad mon.
It can be a pretty good AV user too.
Oh yeah, it's a great AV user. It's also a great status absorber with guts.
Yep. And yeah. Spies, or not Spies. God, I'm losing it here. Rai picking up another mon for his sand. Or Sun. God damn, I'm losing it here. Venusaur.
Oh, okay. So for Venusaur, it was honestly between Venusaur and Victreebel, and I like Venusaur in the fact that it's like a lot more bulky and kind of it can fill different roles. And like, it gave me a Sun Sweeper, which I also really enjoyed. And Venusaur in the Sun is just hard to prep for because of Weather Ball and like boosted HP fires, and it actually has pretty decent attacking stats. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good Sun Sweeper. And you wouldn't even necessarily, if you made it your Z Captain, you wouldn't even necessarily have to bring Torkoal.
Oh, yeah.
You could just run Z Sunny Day, get the speed
did.
boost, and go. So,
I indeed did.
Smart man. Yeah, Venusaur's a good option. I was tempted between it. Maybe Executor would have been interesting on this team as well, but I totally get Venusaur. Venusaur's a good mon for this.
Thugs Bunny the Diggersby going here. How Diggersby left for so long, I don't know. It can be a good spike setter. It's a very good scarfer. Like, it's powerful.
Yeah, Diggersby's got that really hard-hitting stab earthquake. Huge power. I mean, yeah, normal and ground stabs are very. That's almost unresisted. Like, there's very few mons that can switch into both. Does it get knockoff?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, that helps a lot too.
There is no switching.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Diggersby is basically claiming a kill each time it comes in.
yeah. It's really hard to switch into. It gets priority in quick attack. While quick attack's not the best priority in the world, it is
still
priority
good priority
nonetheless.
with huge
So,
power. So
yeah.
Starmie here. Rapid Spinner, it has Analytic, which means it's a hard hitter. I don't know. I'm going to leave this to you two.
I'm going to be honest. I hate Starmie. I've used this thing before, and its power just kind of underwhelms me. With Analytic, it hits hard. Its coverage is really big, but I don't know. I just think for offensive waters, there are others that hit harder. It is a really reliable Rapid Spinner, which Fancify didn't really have great hazard removal. He really only had Zapdos. Actually, he did only had Zapdos and then Diancie with Magic Bounce, but this gives him a spinner, so if Diancie does go down, he has a way to get rid of hazards. I don't know. I'm just not a big Starmie fan. And I don't like how Starmie and Araquanid are his two waters, and neither of them are particularly great bulky waters.
Yeah. That's kind of an issue. But I mean, Starmie's good. I'm not a huge fan of the two psychics being Starmie and Celebi just because they kind of share like both a dark, ghost, weakness, and bug, honestly.
Yeah, that's an issue. Honestly, this is another team that's kind of Bolt Beam weak.
Yeah. So, you want to talk about Smeargle there real quick?
Yeah, I thought long and hard about this one, and I thought webs would be kind of helpful for this team, especially Victini. Victini, if you got webs for Victini, that would be really nice. Spores helpful, because not a lot of mons get it, so having something that is that can put mons to sleep is nice. Smeargle gets a lot of fun options. Will I bring it every week? No. But could I see the matchup where it can be helpful, like someone doesn't have a lot of hazard removal, I can just hazard stuff. So I just...
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna move on to Togekiss here, and then I gotta turn it to you guys for a second.
With the Moltres stream.
I think he's talking to his dad on the phone.
Oh.
You want to, Ra? You want to go on? You want to talk about Togekiss?
Sure. I had it last season, and honestly didn't bring it that much. But Serene Grace is busted. Air Slash. What other moves? Oh, Fire Blast, things like that. You get the extra. What is it? Double percent chance.
Yeah.
Can't forget about the Ancient Power Ominous Wind Tech.
I've tried so many times with Jirachi and Togekiss to try to get an Ancient Power boost, and I still can't get it in a league battle. And it's made me so mad. But anyway,
it's on Steelix.
Yeah.
Right.
Steelix is a very good low tier mon. For a tier 5, it's actually a fairly reliable, I think, steel and ground type. Shadow have another? Yeah, he has Landorus T. So this kind of plays as a different ground type anyway to Landorus T. This is more of the bulky one. And I'm glad that this is not his only steel type. The last time I had Steelix, I had it on a team with Celesteela, so it didn't have to do everything you need a steel type to do. So I think it doesn't do well on its own, but paired with other steel and ground types, it's a good mon.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I like the pairing of Landorus T Steelix just because Steelix, like, Steelix isn't weak to those ice moves, and then like Lando covers the fighting and ground, so they just pair well like, together.
Yeah, and then Lando's gonna, blow back any fire type. So.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. My dad called me as like the stream didn't hear it because I shut my mic off, but you guys could still hear it. Yeah, sorry about that. So I'm back. We're good. We're gonna finish this out. It's whatever. Zebstrikos take Noivern. I hate this mon. I absolutely do. It's quad weak to ice. Yes, it's super fast. Yes, it's a good Scarfer. Yes, it's a good Specs user. It's a defogger. I just have never had good luck with it.
I love Noivern.
Yeah, Noivern I really like.
I think its speed is amazing, and its 2 abilities are also really good in Infiltrator and Frisk. And as a pretty decent move pool in like Draco, Hurricane, Flamethrower, U-Turn. I think it gets like Dark Pulse and like other coverage. It's kind of wild.
Gets Boom Burst, which is really nice. And I think another thing that's underrated about it, Fast Taunt. Fast Taunt is really nice.
Yeah, also true. And Roost, like it's decently bulky.
Yeah, I remember one time I was playing against someone, and it was just Noivern, and eventually I killed it with my Slowbro, but it took a long time. And I had a Slowbro with Ice Beam, and it was taking a long time to kill this thing. It was really, it was a pretty specially defensive build, and it was taking a while, because I was shocked how specially defensive this thing can be.
You guys do
My
know that
only problem with this on Connor's team is, like, he has Latios and Gliscor, and it's like, that's why. It's like, you're just adding on to the ice weakness.
It's another Mamoswine kill. It really is. Connor's team dies to Mamo. So, anyways,
Mamoswine, Donphan, and the Nidos are just gonna kind of run through this team.
Kieran Black, Ice Beam, Earth Power.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Connor's in for some pain. I can see it coming. He's gonna need to get some help with that. The Nincat is taking Rabombi. Rabombi Mega Gallade is scary.
Rabombi is so
Mimikyu
good.
Is scary.
I love that mon.
Rabombi is so good. This thing is so good. It's the best.
I'm mad it lasted that long.
Can I pretty safely say this is probably the best webs user in the game? Is there?
Most definitely.
I would debate Galvantula with you on that one, but that'd be about it.
Gal sucks. Rabombi is amazing.
Galv's inconsistent. This thing's a little more consistent.
Rabombi has so many options that, like, you honestly, like, webs is just kind of like an afterthought sometimes. Like, Quiver Dance is just so good on that mon. Because it's like, it's actually strong, and it has like decent coverage to take advantage.
I was about to say, it gets pretty good status options too. Like, Stun Spore on this thing's not fun at all. So if you like think you've got a Scarfer who can try to like come in, eat up some hit, and then revenge kill it, all of a sudden it gets Stun Spored.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Shield Dust is good.
Yeah, Shield Dust is really good.
Yeah, and again, he just got webs for Gallade and Mimikyu. Like, why'd you guys let this happen?
Hydra loves webs too, and this
Hydra,
makes
Gallade,
Scolipede. This makes Scolipede's life so much easier because now it just gets to +1 and wins. It doesn't need to get to +2.
Yeah.
I also like the fact that he has a lot of mons that pressure Rabombi's switch-ins, like Rock, Fire.
Yeah.
The Spies picks up the last of the water grounds. Gastro's gone, Swampert's gone. Now it's time for Quagsire. Quagsire doesn't get Stealth Rocks, this is my biggest hit on it, but otherwise, like, it's a very good bulky grass type. It can set up with Amnesia, it can be, I think it's Unaware. It has Unaware, I don't remember. It might just be...
Yeah, it gets Unaware.
Yeah, so it can be...
That's basically the only... That's basically the only ability you can run on this thing, and that's kind of my problem, is Quagsire, like, if it weren't for Unaware and some of its, like, crazy, like, attributes beyond its control, it would be really terrible, because its stats are actually pretty awful. I believe it gets Recover, so that's nice. but I don't know. I don't love Quagsire.
Okay, correction, Seismitoad is still on the board. I forgot. There's still a water ground type, Seismitoad.
Poor Seismitoad.
Oh, and there's Wish Cash. Whoops. Okay.
So I'm gonna have to dip, but thanks for having me on the stream.
Yeah, Rye, thanks for joining.
Thanks for joining us,
No
Rye.
worries, dude. We'll finish her out here. Okay. So then to move on, Nihilego. Why did Nihilego go all the way to round 10? Is my question. Yes, it's good on this team with Bulu weakening EP and Quake, but I still don't. I don't know. I still don't like it on this team. Yeah, T-Spikes are great. Yeah, it's a good AV user, but I don't know.
You just don't like this team.
I don't. I really don't. Okay, Zygarde.
You don't like this team.
Zygarde, cool. That's about it. Like, I mean no disrespect to Aquatic here. I just don't like his team at all.
Let's see. I like Nihil. I thought about drafting Nihilego instead of Nidoking. I went to Nidoking just because Nidoking's move pool is just so much bigger.
Oh, you're so much better off with King.
Yeah. I like Nihilego. He does have enough Earthquake answers where I think he can get by with Tapu Bulu. Zygarde doesn't mind any other cricket's defense stats gigantic. Aerodactyl's immune to Earthquake. So yeah, I don't hate it, but again, is this gonna fill all the holes on this team? I'm not sure.
Yeah. So. Oh, come on, computer, don't do this. Okay, there we go. Miss Magius. Okay, so Shadow's got, like, I think it was Shadow had, like, a very, very powerful feeling about this thing. I don't know why, because when you were talking about Dusk Noir, he said that Miss Magius was better low tier. But, I mean,
Miss Magius is certainly better offensive low tier Ghost. Miss Magius' move pool is actually kind of crazy. It gets fire coverage, it gets water, it gets electric coverage, it gets grass coverage, berry coverage, it gets rock coverage. Like, I'm not sure. Like, this thing would be an excellent. If you wanted to go with this thing as a Zmon, I could totally see why. This thing is scary. Like, Miss Magius is really good.
It does have the ability to nasty plot up, too.
Yeah, it can Calm Mind too. It's actually fairly good Calm Mind. It's just kind of physically frail. It's just a little knockoff weak.
Again, every time I go to type something in chat, you stop talking. Like, I can't time this right.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's me. That's on me. By the time I see it, you stop talking. So it's all good. Ditto here. Okay. Outside of Uber's leagues, I really don't like Ditto, just because like you're forced into running like Scarfed Ditto, and that's about it. I mean, it's good. You can check on people's sets, but that's about it.
Yeah. Scarfed Ditto's scary. I have been on the receiving end of Ditto's pain before. You have to be very careful with this thing. It pretty much stops setup sweeping, which I'm not sure how setup sweeping is against his team. Well, I don't know. Setup sweeping isn't the best idea. But no, yeah, Ditto does stop the setup sweep. Does stop setup sweeping. It's something you have to be very considerate about in team building, which is, I think, part of the reason why Beardy drafted is because you have to think about it when you're team building. So,
yeah. So we have Electros here for Shy. I love Electros as a Mon. Like, it's a very nice low tier electric type. The fact that it has no weakness outside of something running Mold or with Mold Breaker or Tetravolt or whatever. Because it's Levitate electric type, and electric's only weakness is ground. It's just beautiful. It has a very, very nice move pool. Things like Gunk Shot. It has Giga Drain. It has Flamethrower. Like I said, Volt Switch, U-Turn as well. Those have access to Knockoff. Clutch technique that I've used in the past to take down Mega Agrons is to run Super Fang, or any bulky mon. Run Super Fang. Just cut the thing in half and then hit it with coverage. It has Aqua Tail, Dragon Claw. Like, it's a really good low tier mon.
Yeah, I like Electros. I like how I can U-turn or Volt Switch. It's got solid coverage. I like it a lot.
It's a good.
Just run the dual recovery moves of Giga Drain and Drain Punch on the same set.
Go for it, Shy. Haxorus. Oops. Slight issue. Making another issue. Haxorus is a very good dragon type. I don't know where it fits on this team other than, okay, he's finally getting some offensive pressure.
Yeah, he needed an offensive mon. This thing is plenty of offense. 147, I believe, base attack stat. Like, its attack stat's gigantic. I really like Haxorus. Mold Breaker is really nice. Because, let's be honest, you're not going to run Rivalry. I don't even remember what its third ability is. But no, I really like Haxorus. You set up a D-Dance and it just starts to go in with Outrage and Poison Jab and Earthquake. Or you could be like me when I played through this thing with Black and White 2, where I ran it with X-Scissor. Why? I don't know.
Just weird, man.
What is it?
It has Unnerve.
It is weird.
Its third ability is Unnerve.
Oh, well, that's actually not terrible, because if anything wanted to be like, I don't know, if someone wanted to bring like Kebia Berry, in case like if he's facing off against like a Slurpuff and they brought Kebia Berry, that ignores that. So that actually there's some value. I mean, you're mostly gonna run Mold Breaker, but
yeah, pretty much.
At least Unnerve is an option. But Dragon Dance is scary with this thing. Swords Dance is scary with this thing. Haxorus hits really hard. I really like this thing.
Yeah. Finishing off this round, Discount Tangrowth in Tangela. I mean, it's not bad. It's nice. It's got regen. It can carry the Eviolite. Does a lot of the same things that Tangrowth does, just slightly weaker. I think I've seen someone try to run a boosting set over in WWC. I can't remember what they tried to run. Amnesia. They tried to run Amnesia Tangela. So, I mean, it can do stuff. It's a nice like regener to pair with Reuniclus for the cheap.
Yeah, I really like Tangela. Tangela is my favorite. Is one of my favorite low tier dragons. Low tier grasses.
It's a dragon type. You just gotta peer through its little vines, and there's a dragon in there.
Is that what's in there? No, I really like Tangela. It's stupid bulky. Like if you're going up against a team where like their biggest threat is a ground type, this is an excellent option to kind of stop that. So no, I really like Tangela. I think if he was going to go get a low tier grass, this is the one to get, and this fits well on his team.
And to finish off his draft, he goes and grabs Zebstrika. Zebstrika, decently fast, electric type, has some very good abilities in Sap Sipper, Motor Drive, and I believe it has Lightning Rod, if I remember correctly.
Lightning Rod. Gets Lightning Rod.
Yep, Lightning Rod and Motor Drive are really good. Sap Sipper as well, obviously. Can run physical, can run special. Does have things like Overheat. Like, it's a good low-tier fast electric. Especially with the fact that it can absorb those electric hits and surprising people by taking those grass hits.
Yeah, I like Zebstrika. I don't love it. It's not my favorite low-tier electric, but it's certainly one of the better ones. Spoiler alert, my favorite's Raichu. I think Raichu's really good. I think that could have fit this team well, too. But, no, it gives it... It puts his fastest spawn at 116, which is not a bad place to be. Outspeeding everything through base 115 is really nice. So, again, fire and electric coverage really hard to switch into. I don't hate the pick.
Yeah. Entei here for Acorn, finishing it off. This thing's so one-dimensional, I just don't really care for it, to be perfectly honest. I think he needed a different fire type. But...
I'm not sure it's as one-dimensional as you think it is. Yeah, it's got the choice band set with E-Speed and Sacred Fire. But there's a few other things it can do. There's like a sub-Calm Mind variant with Lava Plume. There's Caliente, which is the Sunny Day Weakness Policy variant. I do love Entei. I do like Entei. I don't love it. Were there better fire types for him to pick from Tier 2? Tier 3? Probably not. Well, I take that back. I think he could have taken Chandelure.
Yeah,
I think Chandelure would have actually.
Chandelure was the first thing.
Because he doesn't have a ghost either. So actually, Chandelure would have fit this team really nicely. Do we want to move on to
Oh yeah, sorry, I was typing in the chat again.
Sorry guys, last pick.
Chatot.
Uh-oh.
Specs Boom Burst. That's really all I got on Chatot.
That's it.
Specs Boom Burst.
Yeah, it's Specs. I mean, I can tell you the four moves. It's gonna run Specs, Boom Burst, Heat Wave, and U-turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's Chatot.
Yep.
Maybe Chatter. Maybe I'll see him run Chatter.
Confuse people.
That's it.
Sand/, Alolan for Boston Red Sox. We got the Hail. So we have a Sand team, we got a Hail team, and we got a Sun team. Unfortunately, Rain got disrespected and didn't get picked for this this season by anybody, but Alolan Sand/, Slush Rush with Alolan Ninetales. It'll do what it needs to do. I don't see it coming that often, but you needed a tier 5, and he took something that works really well with Ninetales. It's a spinner.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not his only steal. That would have been very unfortunate. I almost wonder if this team would have looked a little better with Beartick.
That's what I told him. I was like, what does anybody have for a well-played Beartick?
Poor Beartick. Poor Beartick. People sleep on Beartick.
Hey, I drafted...
No, I do like Alolan Sand/, though. I think it's... yeah. I like Alolan Sand/, so...
Yeah. He does have 3 Ice-type Pokemon, though. Like, yes, that's a spammable offensive typing, but defensively, you are...
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fighting weak. This team overall is a little fighting plus knockoff weak. Is fighting type with a powerful fighting type with knockoff is going to give this team issues.
Yeah, okay. Can you? That's not the right Mon. I'm stupid. Can you talk about? I had Drapion for Drotageddon. Can you talk about Drotageddon?
That is not true. Wow, Drotagon's gotten such a massive change. No, Drotagon's a solid low-tier dragon. It's another stealth rocker, which I like. Gets Glare, Sheer Force, Life Orb. It's hard to break in. It's got 3 useful abilities in Life Orb, in Sheer Force, Mold Breaker, and what's the last one? Oh, Rough Skin, Rocky Helmet, making it the best physical Victini check in the game. But no, I do like Drotagon. I'm a little concerned that that's his only dragon. Not sure that's great. But, yeah, I think it could be interesting. It's got a big move pool. It gets things like Gunk Shot, gets Sucker Punch, gets fire coverage. Yeah, I guess it could be something.
Yep. All right, I'm. Talk about Ampharos for me here, because I'm trying to get Spies hooked in here real quick.
Oh, boy. Amphy. Hooray for slow Volt Switch. That's about all I could say. It's a slow Volt Switcher. Its move pool is actually kind of interesting. With Focus Blast, gets Power Gem, Signal Beam, Dragon Pulse. Heal Bell, it's a Heal Beller. It's not a particularly good one. But why is this your team's electric type?
Oh, man.
That's gonna be your...
Yeah, it's not even as good as Fabio. I think Fabio is superior.
Don't disrespect Fabio like that.
Fabio is superior to this. I just said that.
Again, I much prefer fast electric types. I think Raichu would be better for this team.
It doesn't matter. Ampharos is adorable.
Ampharos is adorable.
It's sheer sheep. They made sheer sheep cute. Easy.
Alright, so as you guys can
He
hear,
gets Volt Switch. That's all it needs.
we do have Spies joining us here because it's his last pick, and Spies wants to talk about his last
Oh yeah,
pick.
I need to explain this one.
So, Spies took his baby. Here you go, Spies. Whoops, that's not right. Here you go, Spies. Talk to us about your baby boy.
What the hell is a torn teeth? Bro, this thing is the best fun format. Don't at me.
It's a bold statement. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
God, I'm so glad
This
you
is
know that
Farby's
movie.
second
Jacob.
best offensive score in PCF history. Don't at me.
So you took Mega Pidgeot, which is basically like Mega Pidgeot, Mew, and Infernape. I have seen you draft so many times, at least in my mind. Like this is your version of A Drive's Victini.
Oh no.
Pidgeot is top 10 format.
It's a top 10. It's certainly a top 10 flying type. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So Spies, did you get to say what you
can
needed
spam
to
Hurricane
say?
and Heat Wave.
But, oh. It breaks grass types pretty well for Crook along with Infernape. Forms a potent Volt Turn core along with, like, the rest of my team. Steel types are handled pretty well by Infernape and Crook for it, so it's able to break teams pretty effectively.
Then
work out Mega Pidgeot, Shadow.
Even then,
It's one of the best wall breakers with Work Up. Has the bulk set it up on bulkier walls.
Even then, it gets Heat Wave for Steel types, so that's also helpful. I think it's more Rock types that are giving an issue, but even then, you got like Croak, you got a Moongut.
But like my team, it does not have to run Heat Wave. It's like I beat most Steels anyways with like combination of Infernape, Crocodile, even Flygon.
Yeah, you really do. Again, just triple Psychic. That's my one concern.
That's my only concern.
Oh, glad we're on the same page.
Alright, so Spies, thank you for chipping in on your last pick there. I gotta keep it moving, though.
Heck yeah.
Ninkato's taking
Oh, we only got 9 more.
I might as well.
Yeah, I would stay on Spies. We only got 9 picks left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying we needed to move on from Mr. Bird Jesus, so... flying type again, Xatu. Xatu, aka Boing, as I know it. Magic Bounce. It's slightly worse Sigilyph, I believe, is how it's viewed most of the time. Like, it sets up, does the same stuff, but again, slightly worse.
It has like a slightly different niche from Sigilyph. It's like more of a pivot mon. It can U-turn out. It also can just bounce back hazards, unlike Sigilyph.
Let's say it's the OG totem, because it looks like it should be on a totem pole.
Very, very true. So
The only totem Pokemon that matters. Let's be real.
Jeez.
okay.
What power is Xatu? I actually really like Xatu. Never drafted it, but I do like Xatu.
Yeah.
Connor,
Oh,
taking...
jeez. Oh, jeez.
What?
Finally, he took something that doesn't die to Mamoswine.
Mamoswine.
Yeah, it does. Its
Well, yes,
defense
it
is poor. Hello?
Defense is terrible, but on the bright side, no, I love Hoopline Bound. I had this thing Season 1, and thank God he paired it with another psychic type, because you don't want this being your only psychic. First off, he's got a whole bunch of options that take U-turns, so that's good. This thing
Volibee walls this team.
Oh.
He has a Mega Mawile, but...
No, Diancie can beat it. Diancie can beat it. Diancie can beat Volibee.
Why does Volibee 1v1 Hoopa you?
Because Volibee
Does
is...
it? I mean...
Volibee is stupid.
Well, it's not if Hoopa U runs Gigavolt Havoc.
Okay, then Mandibuzz 1v1s. Trust me.
I believe...
Mandibuzz could 1v1 this thing. Just ask Rye about what Mandibuzz can do someday.
I was about to say, I love Hoop Unbound. Z-Snatch is incredible. Nasty Ply. I really like Hoopa. And Savage. Mamo does not outspeed Hoopa. It's his speed tie. Let's get this right. They're both base 80.
Pretty sure
no,
Choice banded
Hoopa's
Ice Star
base...
kills.
I'm pretty sure Hoopa's base 70, isn't it? Or am I thinking of something else?
No, Hoopa U is base 80.
Okay.
They're both base 80. Yeah.
Clem, Rye's not
They're
here.
both
He
base
had to
80.
dip, so you're going to actually have to, DM him, and don't seriously ask him what Mandibuzz can do, because he will get very, very salty with me about that, because I keep bringing it up.
Mandibuzz is the GOAT.
I actually do like Mandibuzz. Alright, shall we go to Shadow and
Yeah,
talk about
so
this
I'm gonna
tonight?
take
I hate
Shadows. I'm gonna take Shadows here because this is my all-time favorite Mon. I do have some criticism of Shadow that I need to get out of the way. So, buckle up, Shadow. Here we go. Shadow takes Megazard X. This thing is literally my favorite Mon. You guys that check my YouTube know that I run under the Chicago Charizards half the time. You guys know that I have a Chicago Charizards figure right on my desk that sits right in front of me all the time. This is my baby. This was the first ever Pokemon I had, was a Charmander. All the way back when I first started playing Fire Red. I do not like what Shadow did with Charizard here, to be perfectly honest. His team is good. It's built around it, but not correctly. With Megazard X, you need a bulky water type. Rotom Wash, we got that covered. You need a bulky grass type. Where's the damn bulky grass type? Whimsicott is not going to fix this issue. Yes, he's got plenty of defoggers. Yes, he has hazards, which I love. Garbodor setting spikes, T-spikes. Greninja spikes, T-spikes. Lycanroc setting rocks. Lycanroc is the biggest thing that kills Charizard Revenge most of the time. It's great that that's there. Yes, Lando Intimidate checking. But I don't like the fact that you don't have a grass type that can break these bulky water types. You're going to be forced to use Rotom Wash offensively with T-Bolt and that. You're going to be forced into having to run T-Punch potentially on Charizard. I don't like that. You need something better than Whimsicott to deal with those water types. And I don't care about Leech Seed. You need an offensive grass type that can punch waters in the face. Okay, I'm good. I got that out of the way. You guys can talk about Zard if you'd like.
Okay. I think Megazard should be used as, mainly Roost 3 attacks or, Roost SD sets, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no other reason.
I think it does that a lot better than,
I actually like the bulky.
I think it does it a lot better than, Dragon Dance sets.
I was about to say, I actually like bulky Zard with, Will-O-Wisp and Roost. It's actually a very, very annoying set to deal with.
I don't know, most of the more, successful Zards I see, use a lot more Roost 3 attack or, Roost SD sets.
This is fair, but it's Shadow, so it would not surprise me if he brought bulky Charizard X.
Oh, I fully expect him to bring bulky Zard X.
No.
Shadow drafted a stall team. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, we don't. Here's the thing with Zardex. Zardex is a good mon that I just happen to use terribly. I call myself the worst Charizard X player in the history of the world.
Have you
I'm
met
terrible
me?
with
Bro,
this thing.
Bulma Games YouTube exists.
I was gonna say,
I'm
have you met
terrible
me?
with this thing, I'm telling you.
I'm not that great with it.
Bro, you were here for Bulma.
Let me tell you, I had this thing, and I brought it 8 matches, and in the 8 matches.
Beat it with a non-scarf ditto.
Let me tell you, I brought this. I had this thing, and then the 8 matches I brought it got 1 kill.
Okay,
One kill
you're worse
in 8
than me.
weeks.
Yeah, no, you're worse than me. Never mind. I was wrong. You are worse than me.
Terrible.
Acorn's Ditto got 4 kills being Zard X and Bulba Zard X got in this season.
Alright, can we move
Okay,
on to
yeah,
Saint's last pick is? I don't even remember what Saint's
Yeah,
last
we gotta
pick
get
is.
this going. It's Perugly. I have no idea what Perugly does, like, at all.
It's fast.
Oh, you're right.
It's fast. It hits kind of hard. It's a fat cat. That's Perugly.
Alright. You decided to take the mega version of the dumb Wishpasser Audino.
Do not. No. We are not sharing any hate on this beautiful thing. My beautiful Tinky Winky is coming home.
Oh god, you named it after a Teletubby.
Call her Tinky Winky. No,
Oh my god.
she was on my season 1. She was on my season 1 team. I actually swept someone with Mega Audino in season 1. It's still like the highlight of my career is sweeping someone with a Mega Audino, with a Combine Mega Audino. But no, this thing is actually, I think, fairly good. It's to me, it's someone described it as it's like, think of it as like Walmart brand Sylveon.
Oh, that's just
That's kind of what this
terrible
thing is.
comparison. Like, legitimately a terrible comparison.
No, it's another fat fairy. It's a pretty good cleric. It's got 2 immunities. I mean, a ghost and a dragon immunity. Like, what is Giratina? Here's the best Giratina answer in the game.
Okay.
Mega Audino can be described as not the worst Mega you can draft.
No, it's not the worst Mega.
That distinction goes to Mega Bayonet, and I'm
That-
hoping...
Mega Banette, yes.
Mega Banette! It's Mega Banette!
Let's all flame Acorn for that.
Hashtag blame Acorn in the chat.
Yep, so...
I think we can all...
I'm gonna jump here, because we are so
Oh wait,
close
no. Megazard X is the worst Mega, obviously.
I will murder you. I will find you
Just kidding.
and murder you.
Just kidding. No, wait. Only when Bulba uses it.
Or me. Or when I use it.
Alright, we're moving on. Nidoqueen here, the last pick for Fancify. Sean, I will find you. Actually, no, Sean, you are now permanently 16th. I am taking a page out of Board's power ranking style for WWC. You are now 16th the entire season. I don't care. Aquatic, congrats, you've moved up. Even though I hate your team, you have moved up. Sean, you are officially bottom of the power rankings. No matter what, you could win championship, you are officially bottom. I'm done. Clem, you're second to bottom. Anyways, Nidoqueen.
Alright, well...
Nidoqueen's discount
Nidoqueen,
Nidoking, basically.
Shadow's going to 6-0 you with Zardex, Clem. Bet.
I already tried that. He ended up 3-0ing me, so unfortunate.
Alright, I'll talk Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen I don't think discount it's discount Nidoking. I think it's different than Nidoking. I think it's bulkier.
Yeah.
It's a more reliable stealth rocker.
T-Spiker.
Yeah, it's a more reliable T-Spiker. It gets
He has
body.
2 of them.
Let's see. Does he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does. He's got
Drapion.
Drapion too. Yeah, he's got Drapion too. Wow.
I don't think Nidoqueen was necessary to this draft.
No, unless he felt like he really needed a special attacking wall breaker, which, looking at his draft, he didn't really have one. So this actually does kind of fit that bill. I wonder if I sniped him of Nidoking.
Probably.
So I think Nidoking fits this team a little better than Nidoqueen.
I don't know.
He just wanted something
He
else.
never discussed any of his picks with me.
He just wanted something else to break through whoever's team it is that gets run over by Mamoswine. He just wanted something else in case Mamoswine couldn't come for the day. Like, Mamoswine was busy with his kids, so Nidoqueen's gonna come and take care of it anyways. Like, that's... I don't know. I'm stretching. We're...
Alright.
Anyways, yeah. I want to get this under 5 hours.
We're at the end. This is what happens when we go stream for 5 hours.
You guys forget I have another one of these to do later.
Yeah, Have fun with that.
Yo,
Frost.
I get to flame. Wait, can I flame all the Moltres coaches?
Oh no!
Look at my PRs. I love them.
I haven't seen your PRs yet. I need to see your
okay,
PRs.
okay. Focus, guys. We got
Frostlass.
three. We got three freaking picks left. Let's focus. Spikes, Destiny Bond, 110 base speed, Ghost Ghost Ice Spam. Anything else I'm missing?
Yeah, I like Frostlass. I wish it was better offensively.
Yeah.
I will say.
Clem, I already flamed Brendan's draft. Hello?
I will say, completely unrelated. Use this thing in Pokemon Glazed. Its move pool is actually kind of crazy. Like, it gets Draco Meteor in that game. I don't know why.
Okay.
But, no. I like Frostlass. Spikes on this team is nice. It's a more reliable spiker, in my opinion, than Diggersby, just because it's a little faster. Its, like, only goal is to spike. I will say, I'm not sure I like this as his own... Well, no, it's not his only ghost type. So, actually, no, I don't mind the pick.
Yeah, no, he basically has Rotom Frost and Rotom in the same thing. Like, he got both of them, even though he only has one. Shadow,
Yeah,
I will
so no.
swing the damn banhammer.
No.
Don't make me do it.
Oh, jeez.
Can
Can we just get to the... What?
Yeah,
What's Rise last? What was Rise last?
Mega Houndoom, he can
Don't worry,
already...
Zach. No one will flame your draft. Your draft is actually good.
Shh, don't
Oh
spoil
yeah,
it.
Mega Houndoom. Okay.
Yeah, Mega Houndoom. Solar Power, this thing just runs to town. Yeah, I mean, it completes...
This is on...
It completes his sun. Like,
This was
he
on-
now has legitimately sun cord.
I was going to say, this was on one of my draft plans. I thought about it. Ultimately, I think it's just a little too one-dimensional, but I mean, it does. With sun up, it hits like a freaking truck. So,
This
Like,
team is a
Fire Blast-
pretty underrated team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Rye. I think Rye, just in general, is underrated.
Let me put it to you this way. Rai took over a 1-5 team, minus 16 over in WWC. He is now playing for the championship after running Shadow over. He has not lost a game since he came in. I think he finished like 7-5 plus 8. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rise also used the best offensive core in PCF history in Kieran Black, Talonflame, Lycanroc B.
I was going to say, weren't like all three of them in the top 10 in kills?
All
Last
three of them were
season?
top 5.
That's insane. With what, Sunday, and then what was the other mon that was up there? I can't remember. I remember Landers. No, it wasn't Latios. Latios and Lando were 6 and 7. And I know because they were both on my team. Alright. Mesprit!
Okay. Yeah, last pick, Mesprit.
I'm desperate for Mesprit.
Again, it's Azelf Uxie. It's just slower and
Mesprit-
mid-tier, kind of.
It's a rocker. He could have used another rocker, so that's fine. It gets him another U-turner.
Gives him another Levitate user.
It's actually a solid psychic type. As far as psychic types go, I think Mesprit's a little underrated.
Yeah, so I want to thank...
It's like Walmart branded Walmart brand Mew.
God damn it. Okay, that's enough. I'm done with this. So, I do want to thank Jacob, Rye, Spies, Jacob especially, because fuck, we're at 5 hours. He's been sitting here talking with me. I do want to thank all of them for joining me, giving some talk on the mons. A lot of these mons I don't know a lot about because I'm still new to this and that, so I do appreciate having a co-host. So thank both of you because you're both here right now.
Ooh.
But yeah, this has been PCF Ho-Oh. PCF Moltres is still... Sean, you are a madman. I appreciate that. You are now back in grace after what you said about Charizard. I know that Ho-Oh or Moltres is supposed to kick off in 55 minutes. I need a break. I got to get my voice caught up because my voice is going to be shot if I try to go back to back with this. So if people can bear with me, I'm going to message Thriller about this. I'm going to push to 6. I'm going to move for 2 hours forward because this took 2 hours longer than I expected it to. Going to move for 6. We'll be back at 6. We're going to draft stream the Moltres draft. then. So see you guys in a few hours. YouTube, thanks for watching. Links in the description down below, that sort of thing. You can get to PCF server, you can get to my server, you can follow me on Twitch so you can know when I'm doing this stuff, because I got more of these coming. But again, final push. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Spies. Thank you, Rye, who's not here, all for joining me today. I have greatly appreciated it.
Spread the word of the bird.
Will do. You got anything
As long
else?
as that bird is Tornado's tea.
Alright. Alright, we're gonna call this a day here, so I'll see you guys in a couple hours.